What up, guys? Code 45, that's 266. Baby, that's all you need. The road to the bar, half the dark. Smoke that on my weed. Like man, gonna show that you say things. Yeah, baby, that's all you need. The road to the park after dark. And smoke that tumbleweed. So roll, you go. Pick out the easy stems. You was high as hell, we just can't tell. I know you'll get it there.
It's totally legendary. It's like this should be illegal to even do. Like it should be illegal to show up to work with an American flag suit. You can win. That's it. Yeah, you can't. Each right out an American and as a working artist in the United States. As a working rapper that raps for and pays taxes to America with rap money. I need raw material. Raw material is my life and skill. That's a fact. It is. That's a fact. It's so in Billy Mitchell's acting? Yes, exactly. And I got to get one of these. Oh, here it is. Who the fuck is Lethal? What's that pull up? Yeah. What man is gonna do? So he made a song. I think it's into a song. It's a lawsuit. Me too. Fictitious more rampant, yes, I think you're right. Don't get video, then pop.
Please purchasing off of betterhelp.com/cheaper. That's better, HELP.com/cheaper. Please check the description. More data. You can scatter him around. Ultimately, going fertilizer. It's an extremely elegant solution that might have worked, but for some reason doesn't or at least not the way they I guess so maybe maybe exactly because he and all excited out and their because they assumed he was alive. The last year last doesn't mean the county grades into your life because it's not supposed to do to do work that you inherit. And if the humans are there, it is all over their cars. All around you have an explanation for the town. The claim interacts with DNA of cars. If you work that in the form of their car, of their computer, right? But like you can't see inside their face. Where your car they come from? They don't. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Now there are still some similarities here. Like obviously they still serve the world through it. But one of the fun things is that if you're doing that, it also means that Lightning McQueen wasn't just a car. At some point, he was a human, which is further supported by this band-aid that truck drivers clearly a fan of Lightning, the human. We can actually think of the actor played by in the in-universe Lightyear. Well, they're not going to explain all of that right here, but it's Lightning is an only powerful. It can also use knowledge of the color to link back to it's going to be all these, Alberto Soul, one was The idol of Dr. Moro, which is it? Because I'm saying is human animal hybrids, just like the sea monsters. Could be sad. Gotta put it through his business.
Very interesting. We found out that the Dr. Ring Road in Pathfinder and they found number one to get the fire.
You even see some good background in that business. Because they love it, and no one is around. So do the whole thing, only by each. This one thinks for that pizza. Or any of these ones, just put me in those ones. Or maybe a lot of pizza he's doing. Hey, you're inside. This is pretty hard. You were the best thing for the season. Early, I need. It's a big time. And Mama says it is a river in France. There's also another meaning, which is fishing dam. And not any kind of fishing dam, but specifically a time Alberto almost gets on it at the start of the movie. But the idea is that the human Bruno saw Alberto's mother just looked human up on the surface, and then they fell in love. Alberto, and then he operated and also again comes with a bunch of sea monsters in their country, which means we're going to raise his son alone, which you have to do above water away from home because, he is not a sea monster, and while Alberto does underwater. With my point being similarities between Bruno Lopez and the life story of Bruno's father, all include that it is how the good. Me too. When you saw Elio, you just like it from the front of my car, the Bruno Lopez father, what was not done part of this show either because they share another important Pixar series in the form of the are the only non-horrified animals to exist in the comic universe. We hear dinosaurs constantly say honestly, but surprised if there are any animals left, right? Like, don't they all die after evolution? Well, it would be surprising. But we go back to that scene and find Nori in the junkyard. What was the only animal surviving in the trash? And guess what else the sea monsters have been estimated? Crab! Also, we know that about 440 monsters is one other critter that has managed to survive in the form of cow, Wally's pet cockroach, which may seem irrelevant, but actually crustaceans such as crab are very closely related to none other than cockroaches. These, like the common Twinkie, are amongst the few candidates capable of surviving Earth's harsher conditions. Probably great, but anyway, let's stop talking about sea monsters and my monsters and get back to the present for the future. Again, whenever we we'll actually have everyone see an accident. That's just the shit that we the audience. But as you can see, there are a lot of insensitive people on Earth. Have you ever wondered what happened to them? Are they still out there unaware Earth had been saved? Did everyone on board die? Were they also standing up to you from the what's this? We may never know. I think we can safely tell you that one of them was the very unmistakably crash landed on a whole different magical planet. Okay, so when I first watched Onward, something that always seemed to place me was the fact that this Fantasyland type world adopted almost all of the exact same technology as Earth. But clearly, they weren't on Earth because, there's multiple moons. But how could this be? Like, are smartphones and cars just inevitable? No. As ever, the Pixar theory provides. The reason the technology in Onward is pushed They crashed there so long ago. By human, I also mean to universe. Because if a giant spacecraft crashed into the middle of your magical utopia, you probably have explored the interior of the ship as much as you could to learn where it had come from. And guess what? Telling people about where it came from is a known function of the axiom, and its database is very capable of telling you all about Earth. Find Earth. That someone's supposed to do and build those things that they do quickly. And honestly, though, if we take the universe, we can probably tell them way more than that. But on audience or anything like Earth, that we're going to find what we do. It's fairly hard, and they didn't use that. But people on the planet were capable of performing fashion. You can see why technology has been like easier for every single element of centaur. They quickly have been adopted. And this is literally syndrome plan. Oh, it's so special. Well, guess what? Now we all are because I invented it for everyone. And we're everyone's super. But that is why the cars, the planes, the highways, the infrastructure of the modern world in onward is almost identical to Earth. I bet there are things that you can have what are called, but I can think of the exact same way people might go. Here, well, where is the food? The being of food, the cracks on the planet, can we be like the B&L or something? Well, no, because I would have had it hundreds of years ago, but I'll give you one better. The ship itself. So, in Oslo, the brothers are working for now the mission called Raven. It turns out this isn't so destination. It is ours. So, the mountain of Raven's Point isn't a mention at all. The whole movie, I kept thinking it looked so familiar in some way. And that is when I looked up the music trace for the axiom. And guess what? It is a literal perfect fit for a nosedive crash landing bus. And you can talk about size of the ship, size of the mountain. You can leave that concern right at the door. Massive, and easily mountain size. I feel like with the one well, no longer remember the spaceship because it's hundreds of years since the crash, and now it's nature. All about that. Being a body journey is one of our being going back to the old ways of true magic, kind of like returning from the accident, but they are. But what is how it lands for a great question, and it feels like it was time to address it. You guessed it, inside out too. Oh, wow, you know, a cute movie about a guy that acts in self-acceptance. It's your well, you're wrong. It's about wizards and aliens and alien wizards and stuff going on. Also, yes. You guys care?
I could have beat him earlier.
My kids actually right now are opening and some days we can open anxiety and expressing in the kitchen. You're probably now.
Oh, it's called. Okay. That's what I thought it was. It's cloth.
Anyway, this new mind is the belief system and how this involves yourself. And the way it works is that memory, which are currently floating at the center of your stream of consciousness, form your beliefs. Things like, I'm a good friend, or I know my parents, I don't know the world. All of those subjects form your set of concepts, which variety, your belief is, I'm a good friend. I'm an anti-biblical phrase that means more than just all of the positive thoughts. It is also her negative experiences and emotions too. She is all of that more. But they got one. All that fixed on the belief system, doing something extraordinary, like, beyond giving a teenage girl those, I know, but yeah, I know. Also, it's short. And your answer is yes, because immediately our minds went here, but he didn't have the cat, so he wasn't good. And so it is. His belief is so strong that the brain genuinely exists as long as he believes it. And I think that's what Barney means by speaking with your course, by speaking with true belief that the magic will work. And double down. Well, it's good to strongly noted that despite the belief system being sort of magic, it doesn't mean everyone's good. In case in point, Barney knows everything there is to know about magic, and knows what you're doing in it, but you can't actually do it. Like, in addition to believing in it, but also magical, like so then are there other magical beings? In Pixar, obviously the witch, but and the answer is again, yes. This one might surprise you, but I think deep down, it's like other magical beings. Like, I've always loved Coco, but I've always continued to wonder how he got to the land of the dead. And we clearly see what happened right here, but how is never explained, except that now it is. Because he believed, probably I might add, like they're never going to be like, who is his ancestor? In that time, taking his guitar, knows how to play in the closet. He even said them out loud. Then from the guitar, they who knows you go wrong if you are and play the dead, but they are not as wrong as I think because that's what happened. He ended up playing in a plaza with his actual ancestor. He just like randomly runs into the person that he meets in the afterlife is an unknown ancestor of his history. Now the curious thing here is that his initial belief is incorrect, but that doesn't matter because Miguel's belief is stronger than reality. And the same goes to the trust bridge. His belief is stronger than reality. Well, so then what actually makes you magical? You might be wondering, well, we'll get back to the five, we'll make it again. There's a lot of those in this. But let's get back to our first, where the car is from our running check. Because another issue is going out of that. If the car are on the 700 years, people are aware of that. Why does it go brown and so quality and so normal? Like, if there's so much plant life in cars, why would they be for so long to capture a viable thing? Two very excellent points, both of which are possibly placed. So, first of all, humans might have been able to leave Earth long before Earth was the way it is. Well, and second, the Eve droids may specifically be searching for life in the heavily polluted areas just to see if life ever turns there. Maybe that's the text, but really, either way, it doesn't matter. Because the AI is determined not to return home. Even if the whole planet was 100% clean, it would maintain its directive to stop the captains from learning about it.
Oh, there we go.
Well, that's probably because of the cars themselves. The entire population of the planet is nothing but automated eventually the humans do return and Earth is saved, right? Yes, sort of. Things do look up for a while, but have you ever wondered what happens to humans after they get back, like after the Earth rolls? Wonder more, because obviously they become monsters. But they're not like the eating monsters, money monsters. And for a long time, our theory here was that even though the planet was livable, there were still leftover effects of the blue sea.
Oh,
And this exposure to some kind of radiation to the thing. But now we have a much better and satisfying explanation for this. Steve on. And I'll tell you what, we said this like, oh, Steve on, all down human, left Earth. It doesn't mean the most much longer than well, spread out environment sanctuary and provide unhindered to be surface or I mean we know that it's after we are going to provide big form that they you can be a level the punch your car that's right I feel that the woods. But I can see where this is going. The humans can now live on the surface again, which means so can sea monsters. But what do they look like above the surface? People. What do they look like above the surface? That's the wrong franchise, but this is going to be true. So, they look like people. But our story about Alberto's parents is correct. Let's face it, it's ironclad. That the people and sea monsters and procreate. And since the sea monster population is likely larger, it doesn't take too long before the two groups produce an entirely new race of monsters. This is the weird part. This year. But not to worry, it's not all the birds and the bees that we think the president. It's also the clothing play of it all. Because if you recall, as the monster they break down, they become fertilizer. But not just your run-of-the-mill cow and you're not, we're talking alien first. What I'm trying to say is that the foliage on the planet, therefore food, is also alien to culture. But it all continues to happen because that's what happens as soon as the humans are born and it turns into the monster. Energy crisis. That's right. No humans do it. I think that's a pretty choice. Here's why. Would a mistake involve people? No, they're not humans. Of course, monsters. But consider this. What is it we know for a fact? They are other things to run on profits. Human energy. Or more specifically, human emotions, or even much more specifically, memories. But last we can talk about human memory is powerless. And you will recall, at the start of Monsters Incorporated, there is a short, which makes no sense. I mean, we know both Sully and Randall are close to breaking the all-time scare record. So you tell me that the two most successful scares of all time were being right next to each other every day. You're close to a story. Like, it's just so much comparison. Indeed, Water. Indeed. In the movie, the clips across the story and last in the media is more powerful than screen, but I submit to you, this makes no sense because one of them said, talent is at an all-time high. The government is three-quarters of the fact, why it's create, I don't know how to but it makes how the scared for works, which is so the idea behind how scared works during the era of optical space is that when they travel or they're not just traveling through space, but we can easily see all the scared world that are in the map of the entire world in a specific time zone that causes them traveling into one time. Here's the fun fact. When you enter that room, you can spot posters related to the opening of Disneyland Park to be in the 1950s. Yeah, so all the sort of come out with really trying to love it also. And the popular was also oh, if I were them, why don't you share like the YouTube? All the things are the or this very problem. These people from the restaurant are all at the conversation. Time is clearly rampant, hence the need for receivers and with you can only imagine which country is going over time in the demise of kids the world over. That's right, this little purple hero right here. Which we'll find out from the younger waters as well, because at that time Marvin must be as he was. Here's the catch. The monster can only travel back a set distance of time. So as time passes in the monster's world, it also passes in the human world, meaning Waterdeep is then constantly up against the emotions of the ever
Get up there.
and interference of targeted slow and loud and refusing to eating that fear no longer
There we go.
joy. Why these long-term memories? Nearly all of her memory words are joy. There's literally just more to harvest from these kids because they have more happy memories. And every memory emotions just forward. And for the longest time, the power of emotion always seemed like enough to satisfy our feelings for how this works. But then elemental electricity and yeah, now it's going to get molecular. Usually comes favorite notes, but if you're watching elemental, it usually gets better and better every time you watch this conversation. But elements or colors tied to the different emotional states of the like when you meet waves and all say, wow, it's very emotional. But it turns out it's like this is a very water thing. His whole family is constantly crying about everything. Dad, beautiful dad, a problem. Water is very complicated. Right down to the color blue. The next super obvious one is anger because all throughout the movie, Edward is constantly losing her temper and literally exploding all over the place. And that just like whenever anger is extra bad, he literally lights on fire. Anger deeper than even that. Fear, which is inside out, is recommended by the comic book. And early on, so sometimes how Edward almost went full purple in one of her outfits as she does this several times in the movie. And every time it looks like purple means it's being great. However, Pepper tries to run away from Wade after they quickly crush it open. He drops a huge food bomb on her and says, that hurt, but also you're aware of this understanding of what's wrong. Why? So notice that next time Edward appears to be so angry she's got purple, she's actually depression. So purple, he will speak because purple knows about the explanation. When Edward is inside the bubble, he was very angry for the first time, and after Wade tells him to above her, she glows yellow. I'm sure you are aware in the color of the and around the coffee are green and discussed and experiencing the least attention. It doesn't really involve any characters. Like, I mean, Ember does at one point, that's mostly just because he's standing on some minerals. Instead, I think the stuff gets represented really well by like the first elementals that you got, Claude, taking the cloud in front of the office, and then there's the guy at City Hall with something, and then of course there's these two turning each other. What the hell? That's all look at the kids do. Really cool. You gotta put this thing. I can't believe you found out that everything. Well, I'm sure you find all these correlations fascinating. You might wonder how it goes a little raw power of those developers and figure out. Don't worry, we're getting there. Because not only do we think the elements are the like the DNA of the emotions that you grow, but literally these elements make memories. And not so much like they get a little more both physically and metaphorically. And it happens 3 times. From Emma's Wade on the beach. She literally makes her small glass form. And this is the important part. It is because she is bonding with Wade. Every time is in their trip to the Fair Tree, which they have to make and fair bubble forever. And she floats on the top of it and Wade brings her to the tree to have the experience she missed out on as a kid, as well as make the new best memory of her life. Once again, bonding with Wade. Once again, or and then the final time happened a moment after that when Ember Wade finally possibly a favorite shot of a party, but the holding hands, people zoomed out to show them the beat and part. Wade was sitting right behind them. But the more important thing is that the bridge forms a perfect axis around them, and the reflection in the water is just final memory or encircling that. It's honestly very cool. The virtue rules are visible while the sections are not visible. But this time, they are physically touching while the orb is more metaphorical. And it's as Wade says, when they touch, their chemistry change. They cause a reaction. In fact, that's the tagline for the movie. Opposites react. Water and fire come together in a way they have never done before and cause a new change to occur. And surprise, this is the exact thing that happens with the emotions. And when he says that chemistry change, what he means is, what he means is that but typically what he means is they made a chemical reaction, aka a process in which one or more substances are converted to one or more different substances. The chemical reactions are an integral part of biology, of culture, and indeed of life itself. Life itself. The purpose of our public universe means that when they touch, they create literal pure. The elements are therefore the source material for the energy and the DNA of the emotion. I mean, heck, when Wade and Emily get their love to September 9th, the smoke literally fills the rubble of like just like DNA. I mean, come on, and it gets even cuter because all of this ultimately suggests that at a literal base, elemental, molecular level, love is the source of energy that makes memories that power the world of the now, I wonder what it would look like if you had like a surplus of an element with like one person, like extra power, like and is the father of 3 young children. Can confirm. Can confirm. But now we need to talk about Bing Bong and his tapestry work with Coco, which transition us very nicely to the whole point of the Pixar series, the why of the toy. Now, as I'm sure you recall, Bing Bong, Frankie loves to play, and it's quite sad, unlike some other things. Before he died, Bing Bong was going to educate the child's mind. He changed his video. He did the but most of the movie gets into the state and the memory that he's called from, but also one that is not forgotten. So he's all existing on the report he called memory. But oddly, and maybe not so oddly, this exact phenomenon is described for the entire plot of Coco, which is why so there's no surprise that the city of the dead also looks like an even grander version of the human mind. The difference, of course, here is that rather than looking at like one little world memory, now we're looking at the collective memories of generations of people of this. Yeah, pretty much the same. Like once a year, it's our family was for a picture all this, and then we're allowed to call over to the living world and yes, we're just kind of like nodding a memory or as long as the memory of you exists, hey, one memory world, one living one that to keep you alive in this future. Like you and me, but if you were God, then much like Bing Bong or actor friend Timo, you receive a final death. And that belief that being remembered matters is the true part of the Pixar series. To remember those who came before. Let the past guide the future, and to know as long as someone is remembered, they're never really gone. And once you're aware of this theme, you can see it everywhere in basically every single Pixar movie. And if you don't believe me,
This is more of a this is a process. Shift ideas and craft, subtleties, money needs to pay. Let's get more from money. Please and baby. You know that Chick-fil-A sells more than chicken, right? Hello, my name is Lisa, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A bacon and cheese biscuit is that it's the highlight of my morning. The fluffy eggs, the crispy bacon, the crispy biscuit, all of my favorites in one. It's real good taste for the Chick-fil-A.
enjoy Jordan was great here being forgotten because they are, they die, and they believe he's dearly forgotten, dearly gone. It looks like how they make control by making the ants forget the truth that they never needed the grasshoppers at all. Farmer's journey isn't just about making fun, but about remembering his life and reclaiming the part of himself that Gary finding a way of forgetting himself in the fact showing you how devastating it is to lose your memory, your senses, and your sense of self. Bob fears that if the world forgets the glory days, then Mr. Incredible, who he believes he truly is, will disappear with them. So after doing his own legacy, being rewritten and dragged to the mud, and Remy's mission is to restore his memory and set that story straight. Carl carries Ellen's memory as literal baggage until he realizes that honoring her doesn't mean standing still, and he's living the life that he wants for him. Paul moves on the memory of his father's death until he learns he doesn't need to live up to that. In fact, he is a father and born in all army and haunted by the memory of never getting to say goodbye, while he is in Jeremiah need to create any memory at all of the father he never knew. Joe believes the only way to matter is to be remembered as a great pianist and nearly lose everyone who already gives you life. Well, 22 thinks that only for a single day of memory to change their entire perspective. Alberto Bravado hides the memory of being abandoned by his father, leaving him terrified that if he remembers at all, it'll only be as someone not worth staying for. May grapples with generational memory, deciding which expectations and traditions to carry forward and which to finally let go. Amber and Wade struggle on the way to legacy, learning how to honor where you came from without letting it define who you must be. And in Elio, a lonely boy missing his parents, finally believes then remembered, chosen even as the universe itself, only discovered that true belonging doesn't come from being important out there, but from being seen and loved right where. Or at least somehow, the first week of course, in the park, because have a scene or play both like as the scene. The character are driven, pun intended, by being remembered at all. Not inviting openly stop like people follow and Wally actively wants to erase humanity's memory of where it even came from. But then there's Wally himself, whose love for humans and whose act of remembering of them quite literally brings life back to the world. I mean, how else do you explain the fact that the only living plant anywhere near him managed to grow inside of a refrigerator with no sunlight and no water? Like, it's almost like he has a soul. Oh, you just have to play two ways too? Cool. I mean, they're in Earth for one day and all they do is feel like jumping. Like, let's put it all into it today, you know? But if you like, what's the these tapestry? I agree. But on that, as soon as the captain starts remembering Earth and all the passengers begin remembering Earth, guess what happens to Earth? Plant everywhere. But meanwhile, while they had forgotten about it, and finally, this brings us to bring right where we started, where the greatest memory of them all lives, which is Little Punk. Because of the fact of the world, it is that this has no business existing in the evil Southland. And yet, there is a target of none other than its own. Why? Because this is not just this only is actually. Oh, sorry, did you need more food? Well, for one, she's a double bear, and Sully certainly resembles a bear, and might be how you remember him if you only ever saw him as a very little girl. Two, Jen Carmen, plant truck right here, right there, right there, right there. Like, how would you even know what that is if she is from the future, okay? And three, where did Sully come from when she was a girl? A magic door. And what does the witch have on her butt? A magic door. And what a weird memory to chase for your whole life, right? Like you probably think when going crazy, but are you? But always remember your adventure with the giant talking bear. Was it just a dream? It must have been. Giant talking bear don't exist, right? You talked about Panda Conflict 2002. Oh wait, that's right, they do. And can you imagine how this would affect an adult too? To discover this kind of magic was real. We did the math, and who would be roughly 47 around the time Pentapocalypse happened? Just the age to have a teenage child, probably of 18%, likely dressed in flowers, similar to her childhood door, how kids are. You know, right, May's friend Abby, which bad news, Big Bell was like 4,000. What? I couldn't but good news. Her daughter was pretty involved in the apocalypse thing. She has very good reason to ask anything she wants of May's family and get some good fair magic answers. And she discovered some probably well, which is actually very easily laid out for her because they're in universe film all the time. Like here, so I guess that'd be like more technological tools, like rather than that. You can also be the one who in the first place. So if you're a where the fact is the way to solve it is how to make sure that somebody never gets forgotten. That she solves the step. Because all you need is one memory. Right? So what you do is go to the past and remember something from the future, thus creating a loop. As long as she sets in motion the events of Brave, she ensures the future will always happen. She'll always go on to be a little early and be Sully and travel back to make sure the memory stays alive. And believe it or not, this is also how we ended up with Sea Monster. See, I told you we'd get back to it, though, but this time it was not directly responsible. But here's how it works. The first sea monster was just a vanished monster We're like the one that on the one that bombed us. Welcome to the Himalayas. Now you may notice though, those monsters are meant to play not in how I forget. So like what well, the Himalayas is something on the conversation, all this, which makes sense because the model is being damaged or breaking the wall. Typically, they don't call it. Just be quick poking around. But I don't think that any of the damaged monsters were breaking any rules or laws at all. I think they all just shared the same condition that when they were above water, they looked like humans. Which, as a reminder, is kind of like a huge no-no in the monster world. So really, they're not being banished; they're just being removed, which is why we get just over nights like the Tiger Air. I can already hear your comment. Is this a bit of a bootstrap paradox? Well, only if you don't see the big picture. Is that this always happens? They aren't unfolding in a linear fashion. They are all part of one big that. If you want on the blast on the blast to see how far we up from the original picture, you can check out the original posting right over here. I cannot wait for 2026 and to continue to add this guys that Hey, way back in 2012, since then, anytime a new Pixar movie has come out, we made a full video explaining how it fits into the greater Pixar universe. But it's been and it's been today we're simplifying things. We're making a new, updated Pixar video covering everything from Toy Story through The Incredibles 2. Now, if you love Pixar movies as much as you know that Pixar movies they're no knowledge to their photo project. Clue of every movie place that is Pixar. The idea of every Pixar movie actually taking place on one giant timeline, only a one huge story. And as I want to point out up front that it did not invent the Pixar theory. It was introduced to the world by a man named John McBurney, who has even written a book about it. And the internet has gone crazy with it, and there are tons of different versions and interpretations of the Pixar out there. But what you're going to hear today is simply our version. What we have come to accept as canon for the Pixar universe here at Super Car Brothers. Let's. Now, it is a lot to cover, so we're going to go about it in two ways. First, we're going to know the entire story of the Pixar series, and then we're going to talk about how it was and get thought of die. Talk about yeah. It happened in time. It's quick time. Which immediately offers us an explanation for why the Pixar universe is so similar to our what is different? Right here, we're like The pterodactyls get stuck on well, but now we can follow the door. Everything. These reptiles, which keep up everything, have started to plant these things. And their herd is so valuable that they're right up front. In the type of library, the herd is now all over. Meanwhile, though, well surviving. You also might be turn into a giant bear, like in our movie Brick. This takes place centuries later. Into the forest and the witches were God by far the most serious everybody's. Especially as the way so what did you use of magic? I just So you bear that in mind as we move forward. But so far we've got this thing. It's capable of other than the animals there themselves account for it. For now, let's move to the introduction of the machine. Taking place something that here we are introduced to the sequence of beats. You know, one undescribed nature. What is that decided that one day they're not. But not before this little first of all, this that will help them kill the super so that he can protect them. All this is him and although the incredible stuff that would defeat the Elder and kill Single, the then artificial book. And if this were the end of the human in terms of power, people take one from because it's simply controlled by Next up on the story, Inside Out, gratitude, finding Nemo and finding Nemo is just a glimpse back into the world of the they think of quite some time in the little adult we have school system, traffic lights, so the real estate partners, there's the enemy things in the sun, and he's not wrong. Eventually, but the information about Remy being a spectacular chef while mostly kept secret from the public is known by 4 people at the head group: Colette, Lindsay, Anton, and and while most people are obviously worked out by the friends, and a clever person makes a note that it coincided with renowned Anton Joe's stunningly wonderful review of Stowe and Quincy. Yeah, so I see it with all these Charles. A pretty story example, I might add. For the pit story, you would expect to be I'm not just debating anyone. He's debating Carlos Musk. The guy's brother got to realize the potential of his dog. So legit. It was like fish or rats or the dog was ignored by humans. Naturally, whereas dogs like Buster we see in this story, but Musk has found the bridge between the two groups and as a result, super intelligent dogs people about piloting planes. But Elf does introduce some other important aspects of the mission. Most importantly, the face of the machines. Let me explain. BNL, aka By and Large, at the beginning of the movie, they are the face of the brand of the machines on their ride. Yes, for now they have physical humans working for them, but I just have the nature. Bring back. You get it. And being a result of a lot. Lotso and the little girl from the daycare in this year. Well, so this is a great so forth, which happens to used to be a badge, all wear the Ellie badge. And then, of course, the start on the bulletin board from the mysterious Ella Jean. I do not have time right now. What is the whole video about her? Please click the card. But let's follow the Polish War for a second, because it's our first great example of how humans are used in the Pixar, which is to say, as badges. How and why the toys are able to come to life and why they appear to die or forgotten is an interesting question that's been around as long as the story. And it's only really got a good answer last year. We'll get to that. But now, just know that our badges and their energy is reflected more like where they are, there is love. Where they are not, there is none. At least when it comes to music. When it comes to animals, humans must always love their life. And we just after Dory on they are in the middle of the one all the fields of trash and stupid containers and they're trying to 5 minutes which sadly isn't as relevant. It's super cool, but it's relevant because we start with what happened even though animals around this time for a while, this is really where they start to drop off. Because well, definitely rats and stuff. Which, you know, that's the very next stuff. But we've already talked about that. We'll talk about what happens in how the this is the setup for a walk. These tiny little city buildings, battery companies, by and large, nothing so big, so powerful, they're literally taking over the planet. It's so bad that you all the walls and so the human being was all the animals are dead and one is lost. Now, you might be thinking, our supposed to think that, right? Obviously, alternate reality or something, right? But no, it's actually the same planet Earth. We're walking at ultimately the place of that our visible object. But the question is, why are cars coming to life? Why are there so similar people we know from ours? Why do they have their own time? Like if the cars were being place around 700 years, how on earth do they have these ones that they keep? Even if they started their own timeline, that's way too many years. Are they still artificial intelligence are the products that, by and large, BNL's goal is never to create new breaks that inhabit pleasure. Instead, the goal is to control the humans with consumerism and capitalism, and that means treating them as quickly as possible at any cost. Look how they're treating everyone. It's an interesting shift from the as perfect counter with the humans with the opposite. Like, they realize that everybody controls them. And of course, what we get from it is the human energy, which brings us back to cars that are coming to life via AI. It's very similar to the way that toys come to life, or the way the cars will later. It's similar to the toys, but obviously the cars are like what cars will have, and unlike toys, they are so far from the system. Also, unlike toys, cars are not designed as something to be brought to life by it's easy for a child to give personality to a cowboy or a puppy dog or a walking deer in the but it's less obvious to a car. And plus, they don't have built-in personality. So instead, the cars are actually taking on the personalities of their own owners, complete with their memories, but remember to make them more alive. They're also created the cars to wake up, if you will, in the same order in which they were cared for, which is also explained by the continued memory of the car. In fact, we even get a hint of the one real routine of the lives of the band-aid where the real thing is the cars created cars into the entire Pixar series. One little
What happened?
you would think so for the character. Oh, you never had. Do something. All you have to do. Sorry, what? It's an animal that isn't restored. It's small. I thought all the animals had died off, but they're crabs. Okay, it's seriously like they're planning this stuff because it's herbivores. You remember back in time, it was like garden seed? Well, guess what happened to be thriving among all the crabs? But you have to realize that even though the humans that they planted, they have survived been into the whole storm. But wait. When we start out in quality, the planet is way more primitive than the stars. The planet by going down and reporting back. Agreed to excellent points, but what they're actually doing is first of all,
Whoa, 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 whoa. I'm sucking down the whole lake. Okay. Whoa. The whole pond. Obviously, this is a man-made pond.
but really it doesn't matter because AI is the 100% believe that if you coming back time after time with vegetation, they're just not going back. That's practically unheard of. Stop the cactus or it's possible that in Wallace, this is not even the first time that this has happened. That Wallace has just been intercepting all sorts of plants, sending off into space. And after the planet getting it ready, I think that's what might happen if we haven't come to planet for centuries. We're not Mars. Caused by because parts of for a while, but body parts that brings us back to wall. But the movie to a captain of the axiom and then skyrocketing back. But everything is great.
Oh, is this the end stuff?
Turn into a planet that has been subject to a ton of for a very long time, and it seems to have an interesting effect on the humans over the next few thousand years, which is that they eventually evolve into monsters. Which I know sounds crazy, but actually is not the first time we've seen a human transform into a monster in the Pixar universe. Jack can of course do it on denied and but it does feel that humans have the potential to make this all change under the rest. But guess what the monsters are suffering from, guys? Say it with me, energy crisis. And so what are they having All right, here we go. Finally, we're going to get to how it works. And it starts with the field. Those steps we hear all throughout the movie that both Sully and Randall are so close to breaking the all-time scale record. The two best players of the hood are going to each other under the scare. They just don't get scared. And the answer is because of how the scale works, which is to say, all right, stay with me, when the monsters go through the door, we think that there's a secret. But as it sounds like the secret world is there. They are the there. AKA the time of the peak. And remember, in that time, crime was everywhere. So it makes sense for fear to be high. But the idea is that when time moves forward in the monster world, time moves forward at the same rate. So so the what kind of memory is valuable and incredible. So exactly what we see in Inside Out. By the time comes around, the majority of her memories are joy. Literally, for the monster. And these memories get consistently colored. And also all the information for why kids are better. Kids, by the and it makes sense that a whole thing memory has a powerful because memory might be the most important aspect of everything. It might be the reason that the Pixar even exists. It's the message they're trying to in Inside Out, we to baseball. And that is quite powerful. Did you know Riley remembers him as an actual being and not just a single memory? He is preserved as a being in her mind and not contained into a single form. And he spends most of the week in this state as a memory that isn't forgotten, but one that is also never told upon. So that he just allows you to go freely through it. Until, of course, he falls victim to the memory. And exact phenomenon is driving force an entire process of language. Why you guys are surprised that you see of film was a much grander version of it. Because rather than looking at the single mind of the world, now we're looking at the collective memory of the entire country of Mexico. But the rules are pretty much the same. Sure, once a year it's your family, so figure out the president, talk about over and accept an upgrade program. But either way, as long as a single person remembers you, as long as one memory form of you exists somewhere in someone's mind, you are allowed to continue living in the land of the dead. But you are completely forgotten. Much like Big Mom, if you look inside out, then something. And this is the point of Big Mom. To actively remember those who came before you. Look back as a guide to the future because those who are not forgotten. And this theme permeates every Pixar franchise. While far is it great that people forget old ways that are incredible will die. Self-check stories. And Toy Story easy to stick because Jim has forgotten to get around the movie because those remember is being part of the resident not to place its photo. Let Ellie's memory die. Carries them around and finally And instead of remembering her, he lived the way she wanted to live. Dory's whole character is about memories. She's uncomfortable forgetting can be. I mean, without the ability to remember, it's not right up to repair. How do you realize Carlo was controlled by guilt and memory of his father's death? The fear will never make a frown. Dad goes literally accused him and says, the cars, on the other hand, have machines that are starkly not legacy. Both Lightning and Doc Hudson both. But then there's the adorable little wall, also a machine, but one who actually cares about remembering. What happens to the girl right next to her? And remember the brown earth? Well, another explanation might be that all of the entities has literally forgotten her. Even the captain has to get the look wrong. In, but once we start to remember, and finally, this brings us all the way back to where we started. Great. It's style of most important memories of all. The image that has no existing in people's consciousness, and yet is there for the same. It is part of that stuff. Because this is not just some random thing. This is
Said John Stone over there. John's going to ignore the giant glowing stone right there. So the giant head and body. Oh, okay. That was from earlier.
maybe more proof. Well, for one, it's not bigger. Slowly himself kind of resembles, and it might be how you remember him. And the carving of the pizza planet truck right here, that's like a what? But the line is probably one of the few that but where's the memory of time that she should do that? Obviously, we're about time travel, but my question is, why they? And you know, there are people, yeah, she never wants Ellie to suffer in the final death. She never wants him to ever be forgotten. Yeah. But also, there was a target there at some point. Pretty much put them in wherever you want. Or the dinosaurs were able to develop sense to the asteroid this. All of his family have developed off intelligence, agricultural practices, the building codes, the calms the lake. But as they say in Brave, fantasy number six. So even though the dinosaurs thought themselves a couple extra million years on the last one, is already having cats out of pocket. For example, pterodactyl used to get all of this role we're able to develop since the Africans also in this family have developed intelligence, agricultural practices, they're building homes, farms of land, but as they say in Britain, interesting the fish. So even though the dinosaurs talk themselves years so the asteroid missing, they're still doing not an asteroid climate, but simply exotic weather, which in the movie is already causing catastrophic problems, climate change. For example, the pterodactyl used to be able to hunt, but now they have to follow this goal in order to T-Rexes they're under constant losing their herd. We also get early with the human and the form of pride, to prove that even the youngest are extremely resourceful and random. What we get dinosaurs establishing for the Pixar universe though is something we're going to continue to see through the timeline. They're basically anything underwater. Yes, we can all some level of something. Heck, even in the dinosaurs, level of domestication. But hey, it's not the only way. That's right. Next up, we turn to the movie with mother-daughter strife. The main character has red hair when someone gets turned into a giant bear. I'm speaking, of course, of. I know people believe it's just so weird that somehow there is more than one movie with this exact plot. No, not in the episode. Otherwise, I can't remember that even still movie. But honestly, I'm kind of surprised it took this long for another movie like this to come out. Because not only are plots similar, but so is all of the magic involved in turning someone into a bear. Some situations involve the character from the past, so they full power, to in terms of like leading for being brave or conquest. Those are great at the power in the exact same form. Giant bear, or you get it from the witch, and she gets it from the gods. Apparently, well, let's talk about the witch because the witch's workshop is by far the most curious thing about this movie, especially as it relates to Pixar. For one, it introduces us to magic, which is our first glimpse of things behaving in ways that her crow can cause humans, her door doesn't work the way I've ever seen doors to work, and the witch herself seems pretty adept at humans. But it is obviously also not the source. For example, her knives and other sharp objects are quick to turn on her when Merida offers her a valuable piece of jewelry, just as they have some mind of their own outside of the business. Or who knows, maybe she's just not speaking with enough Artspire. Am I right, Marley? Artspire. But the other important thing about magic we see that the witch can do is the power to change substance. Here's how Merida is made. Some say our destiny is time for rain. And lucky part of us is real hard business. Others say they just won't get on the front. For the one destiny intertwines and others. It's the one thing will fight change. No one's ever fighting. Well, the destiny intertwines many indeed. But anyway, let's get back to bear magic. There's obviously some key differences between turning red and brave. One is Jack and the other black bear. And that's immediately we go back and forth with you and Panda where
Of course. Yeah, I'm trying to swim that, but you know.
Another similarity as well. For example, the bears have a certain darkness to them. I mean, Mordu is basically in full dark mode all the time. Even though when he dies, you can see the human spirit inside of him. It's actually much more, which sort of suggests that somewhere along the way, the bear or primal darkness or something overtook the man. It's like a painting turning around where Malin is going through the mirror and there's like a big struggle. It's like the bear won that, the one who let them down. Bear's mom also shows moments of his dancing towards the darkness throughout the movie. And we see made Lynn totally lose her cool on Tyler when he called her a freak. Not that you know, big, giant, even having undo the bear spell is
That literally could have just calmed out.
somehow involved a celestial based time limit for Merida before the second sun rises and for Maelyn before the end of the red moon.
Because for some reason your character is Spider Man also.
With your heart. So
That can just like stick the rocks, specifically rocks in buildings.
from the body. Even that soul entering or exiting a body after a circle.
That's why they put those lips on the building like that. So they can't climb over it. Watch.
And yes, I know nobody in Braves actually singing, but they are standing in a stone circle.
See what I mean?
With all of their heart.
Just Spider Man and
But if you don't think Merida has enough heart fire on her own to bring her mother back in this situation, go watch. And I mean, just compare the separated soul from the bear in each movie. I mean, it's just a translucent ghost of the person who used to live. Coincidence? I think not. Okay, so magic exists, souls exist, humans and animals are capable of intelligence. What happens next? Machines. Yes, machines. And in fact, the power struggle between humans, animals, and machines is what takes up the big middle section of the picture. But I use power struggle pretty loosely here because not like any group is trying to be in control or suppress the other in any particular way. It's just that as they're surprised, it usually has to wrong of the other. I say others pretty loosely here because for the animals, their ship sailed with the dinosaurs. Like that was their time, and from there on out, everything's pretty much downhill. But now let's focus on the introduction of the machines, which happens in The Incredibles, which takes place somewhere around the 1950s and 60s. Here we see the supers who live in a world of constant fear and crime and do their best to fight until one day they get out. But not before the best of all of them, Mr. Incredible offends his biggest fan, Butch Pop, aka Thriller. Turns out this name had a pretty massive impact. Little did Bob Hard know that by not entertaining little funny fandom in this moment, he would alter the course of the entire world pretty amazing. Because the end result is a young Buzzford retreats called, lost himself in his room and invents artificial intelligence in the form of the Omnidroid. Lethal robot he uses to try and kill off all the supers so that he can pretend to be. Too bad for him, though, the machines end up being smart enough to defeat even him. Thankfully, the Incredibles are able to step in and defeat the Omnidroid anyway, but it's too late. The damage is done. AI has been introduced to them. And this event marks the beginning of the end for humans in terms of power on the planet for quite some time. And even marks the beginning of the end for the end of magic on planets abroad. But we'll come back to that one. However, despite this being the spark that lights the flame, the humans don't like lose power immediately. Interestingly, the animals do start to emerge as a bit of a power, but never really take the driver's seat. Well, except for that one time when Dory literally got struck on the cliff. I mean, I know the movie about talking fish, but for some reason, this moment I feel like it's really when they, they literally. On the other side of the world, though, another movie is happening around this time. Luca. Now, if you recall, at the end of Luca, Luca and Alberto are revealed to be sea monsters. The revelation is that the people of Porto Rosso accept and embrace almost immediately. It's like, fine, good for them for being so open-minded, but I do feel like it happened kind of super duper fast for a town with a statue of a man killing a sea monster, right there in the middle. But now we're good. It's not going to make these two sea monsters the champions of this year's Cost Triathlon. If that doesn't say progress, then I don't even know what the point of Cost Triathlon even is. And maybe part of the reason they weren't as surprised by the sudden revelation of sea monsters is because they're very used to sort of supernatural things happening in the world, like superpowers, which we know are things happening all around the world because of how the end of Incredibles 2 goes. But also lines up really nice before we go in terms of the Pixar series and the cleanliness of the water. I mean, sure, I'm not going to deliver it on the storm of the game, but for the most part, it's very clean, which is harsh sometimes to take on when you take place closer to a day where if you see underwater, you didn't hold closer when underwater. Because there's another fish that has consistency from here. You may have noticed that the fish in Luca are not quite as smart as the other fish we see, like in Finding Nemo. Instead, they're more like sheep. So, what gives? And actually, we already went over it because the fish in Luca have been domesticated by the sea monsters, much like the fish were domesticated by the dinosaurs in the good dinosaurs. But you might be wondering about now, where did the sea monsters come from? That is a very good question, and we will definitely answer it in a little bit. It is quite a but we did mention Finding Nemo, so from now let's move on to our next set of movies within the timeline, which are the Toy Story, Inside Out, Finding Nemo, Slash Story, Ratatouille, and Up. Actually, Turning Red plays around this time as well. We already talked about Turning Red. Anyway, Finding Nemo shows us just how much the fish, similar to the dinosaurs, have advanced in intelligence in the absence of humans. And also the traffic lights, the real estate market. Not only that, but also the lone fish who sets to circumnavigate the globe, find his son and another group of fish overpower his humans. But not all animals are out to fend off humans. This day in Ratatouille, we see that Remy works alongside humans to create a battle. He literally becomes the greatest chef on Earth, which is pretty impressive when you consider that until then, cooking was exclusively a human activity. But I guess I should note that while Remy is an exceptional rat, he's also an exception to the rule. The rest of his family totally sees humans as the enemy, and in the very near future, that is going to become in the meantime, the fact that Remy the rat is actually the greatest chef on Earth is a secret known only to 4 humans by the end of Ratatouille. Queenie, Colette, Anthony Pico, and Chef. And Chef Singer does not like Remy. He promptly laughs to the press about the rat. And most people are just grossed out by this inside never eat there again. The rat coincided exactly with renowned critic and Amiga's review of your stove as the best meal he ever had. It's what two of you get. And you ever see anyone else serve food? Charles Musk. The man literally was born on him. Specific. A prehistoric animal, I might add, which per the Pixar theory has become incredibly intelligent and evaded capture for 70 plus years. And that's evading capture from a guy who, by his 20s, already had a dirigible full of some of the world's rare artifacts. I mean, he's a kid who recognizes the detail and colors of his dog and college that allows him to directly talk to them. Again, I tell you this. Animals like humans, humans who have been explored by humans have developed intelligence. Wild dogs who have been domesticated by but once one found the bridge between the two, hyper-smart dogs capable of cooking food and flying airplanes. If it's even happening at all. But not as important as it does introduce some other players to the Pixar. Namely, the aka Science Mark, the corporate face of the machine quietly works in the background. That's it. If you don't know, BMO is actually the company that is trying to buy Carl Palin and working out of the city.
For now.
And BMO shows
She means for
up
now.
in Pixar, I mean, most notably in Wall, but also here in Toy Story 3, where you can see that they produced the batteries inside of Buzz. And actually, there's a bunch of little Easter eggs connecting up in Toy Story. Like you can see so is from Sunnyside and still right here. The Great Soda Guy that all wears as the Ellie mask can be seen as a commercial in his dad's room. And of course, there's the infamous postcard on Andy's bulletin board from the mysterious LSD, who I don't know if I got to talk about right now, but let me just say I spent the better part of my mid-20s investigating this unseen character. And eventually took the question all the way to Pete Doctor himself. But when we're on Toy Story and batteries off, it's the first great example of one of the bigger concepts of the Pixar theory, which is how humans are used to profit, which is to say, sort of, like the power of human memory has the ability to bring things to life. But like this is the answer for how toys come to life and why they are afraid of being forgotten by their owners, because their owners are literally their life. Coco actually gives us an extremely good breakdown for how this all works, and I'll explain that in a minute. But for now, just start thinking of humans. Where humans are, there's life. Where humans are not, there at least when it comes to inorganic things like toys and machines or cars. On the other hand, when it comes to animals, humans' involvement is typically not so great. We get to see the start of the human's real effect on the planet by Dory, when Marlin, Nemo, and Dory finally found the mixed junkyard on the ocean floor. The pollution is vast, with no sign of life anywhere except for the crab and giant bioluminescent squid. Really, the trash is the important thing here because once the beginning of the end for the animals, let's go on the animals out like that. It's not the trash like that. Which, hey, look, Ratatouille is the next movie on the timeline. It's like these movies are connected or something. But we already talked about that. So instead, let's just move forward with the pollution. Where it gets like truly out of control. Really sad. You gotta put it to the face.
You found out that it's Losing revenue policy with AI reception. And then answer calls to all on one gentle board. Get it done.
So that we have to fast forward about 2105, where the humans have finally polluted the planet, apparently beyond repair, and have to leave. While during that time, BNL, our faceless machine corporation, has basically overtaken every aspect of life on Earth. From the planet, everything. And ultimately, the company's proving that the planet is a lost cause. Load up everyone on a bunch of stars and send them into space until their little bald robots can do it. But turns out they never expected to work. Way to evacuate the planet and leave it unpopulated at all for 700 years. And what happens? That is good. Because the animal's dead and the human's gone. Who's left to inherit the earth? The cars. They might think like, well, obviously cars is the next place on Earth, right? Like it's definitely some sort of alternate reality or something like that. But no, it's definitely the same planet the humans are on. For one, it has all the same places, and we can see a lot of them in cars too. But it does bring up a lot of questions, like how are the cars coming to life? Why do they all have personalities and names similar to people from our time, just a little bit different? How could it be that they have their own timelines, dates and stuff? Like if all the cars took place during those 700 years, how could they have a 1950s? Like even if they started their own timeline, that's too many years. You might be asking the question, are they artificial intelligence? Are they products of BNL? BNL may have polluted the planet to an unlivable state, but power and domination was never their goal. Like they were never trying to kill off the humans or develop their own race to inhabit the earth. BNL's goal was always to make lives of humans easier and easier at any, and I mean any cost. I mean, they literally paid with the entire planet. But seriously, look at how everyone is treated on the axiom. Like, if your goal is to eradicate humans, why not they're keeping them alive and healthy? But so if the cars aren't artificial intelligence, what are they? Well, how it works is that the cars are coming to life the same way the toys were coming to life, the same way the monsters will eventually power their cities with energy. And while very similar to the toys, there are two key differences. Obviously, the cars weren't coming to life while the humans were there, those toys. Plus, they're built as cars, they still need fuel, oil, maintenance, stuff like that. But perhaps the key difference is that the toys are designed as something that's supposed to be brought to life by the generation. And thus, their personality matches, whether that's a cowboy or a space ranger or a hard flinty dog or a potato with the rear end of a plane. I don't get it. Cars are not built this way, and so don't have a pre-existing personality. Cars have a personality of their owners, complete with their memories, but viewed through a car-sized lens. It also appears that the cars wake up, if you will, in the same order in which they were cared for, instead of all at once. This explains why new generations of cars, from the Hudson to Life McQueen, all the way up to Jackson Storm, continue to emerge throughout the series, and why their years and history seem to line up so well in our own. We actually can get a hint as to when these real life would have lived as a human, thanks to this band-aid on the truck driver named Simon Short. And actually, if you want to get like real recent movies, we have a pretty good idea who that human was. The actor who played Buzz in the Lightyear movie, not Chris Evans, in universe Pixar character who was an actor that played Lightyear in the movie that like but if you're still confused about how the cars wake up, great news. Luca offers an almost perfect example of how this works. I'm sure you recall in Luca the mystery of what happened to Alberto's father. Because we don't learn a whole lot about him other than that he used to live with Alberto in a tower above the water near town, essentially abandoned. And while it's never confirmed, I feel pretty confident that Alberto's father's name was, of course, Bruno, as in Dimensional Bruno. But if you don't recall, Celestio Bruno is basically Alberto's don't listen to voices inside your head. You only live once. Don't try this rigging that ball clipping of youth and just generally go happy. No, I mean, it makes sense because his dad probably used to tell him not to do such crazy gravity defying stuff all the time. But having been abandoned, Alberto rebelled by ignoring any sort of warning echo in his head and instead shouting to the heavens, yes! And it's not wrong because in cartoons, there's a character named Bruno Motoro, who is the French Fuji called Raoul Saru in our real. He is an exceedingly minor character, except that he is definitely the qualified version of Alberto's father. And for a character that has almost no screen we actually know a surprising amount about him. But he's quite romantic drive the longest time. And his favorite movie is The Engine of Dr. Motoro. Now, interestingly, The Engine of Dr. Motoro is a reference to the real-life movie The Isle of Dr. Moore, which, and I cannot believe this, is a movie about a man creating human-animal hybrids, you know, like sea monsters. And get this, Seine might be a river in France, but it also has a second meaning as fishing net. And not just any kind of fishing net, but specifically this kind of fishing net that Alberto was almost caught in at the beginning of the movie. So the idea is that the human Bruno caught Alberto's mother, who, of course, above the water, just looked like a human. They fell in love, had Alberto, and then possibly at the hands of the town folks who again have a statue of people hunting sea monsters in the middle of the town, which leads Bruno to raise his son alone and away from town and above the water because he, of course, isn't a sea monster, which is why Alberto doesn't live on the water. The point is, the similarities between Bruno Motoro's interest and the likely story of Alberto's father all but prove that this is how the cars come to life. Got it? Next one just got a whole new line of drugs. Who got this?
Hey, Sheldon, you are hot. So how about I make this the one where you can afford to play? Let's get more for money. Coming today.
But oddly, can you believe it? That's not even the last connection between the Cars movie and Luca. You know what else connects them? Crabs. Because why wouldn't they? Crabs are weirdly important to the Pixar. Did you know that crabs are the only non-qualified creatures confirmed to exist inside of the Cars universe? But it's surprising, right? Because didn't all the animals die off from the pollution caused by the humans, which is why the humans died? But that's just not that surprising. If you go back to that scene you find in the story when they're around the junkyard, what is the only other animal they see? Crab. And in addition to fish, guess what else? Sea monsters domesticated. Crabs. Actually, we know that as far forward as well, there is at least one other critter that seems to have been identified, the cockroaches, like Wally Lopez, which may be relevant here, but crustaceans, such as crabs, are actually extremely closely related to roaches. Keep that in mind next time you have a lobster, right? The big old sea roach. No one ever wants to feel their giant underwater. So, all right, guys, now we need a quick pause to tell you that today's show is brought to you by Better. How did you share with you guys? When life is for you, it is totally normal to feel stuck. Frankly, navigating challenges can be terrifying when life doesn't come with a user manual. So whether you're undergoing a career change or a new relationship or becoming a parent, we all need help with challenging emotions. This is where therapy comes in. Therapists are trained to help you learn productive coping skills for life's everyday speed bumps or challenges. And BetterHelp has connected over 3 million people with licensed therapists. It's convenient and accessible. We here at SMB talk pretty openly about our relationship with mental health and going to therapy stuff on all our various different shows, which is why I can't tell you how grateful I million people with professionally licensed embedded care who are all available 100% online. All you have to do is fill out this free questionnaire to match the therapist, and then if things aren't working out that person, it's super easy to just switch to it. Like it couldn't be simpler. There's no waiting rooms, no traffic, no endlessly searching for a new therapist. Which can be the harder part. If you want to learn more and get 10% off your first month, you can head over to BetterHelp.com/super. One more time, that's BetterHelp, HELP.com/super. Link in the description. Anyway, where were we back about? Oh yeah, right. The Axiom just left developing. Well, I guess actually we follow all the humans that went on the Axiom, but actually lots of Star Cruisers left Earth and went out into the far space. I wonder what happened to them. That might have been just well, probably except for one, which didn't have such a happy ending. Instead, crash landed on a whole different planet full. Not gonna lie, when I first watched Onward, the thing that bothered me the most is that in this like total fantasy world, all of the technology they came up with was almost the exact same stuff we humans came up with, except obviously they weren't on Earth because there's like two moons. Like, how could that possibly be? How is this gonna fit into the Pixar? Are smartphones and cars just inevitable? No. However, the Pixar theory provides. The reason the technology in Onward is so similar to the technology from Earth is that it's from Earth. What happened is one of the other star cruisers crash landed into the planet of Onward, and all of their technology is being sourced from that star cruiser, which is just back to the brain with the peak of human technology. And I mean, this makes sense, right? Like the giant spaceship crashed into the middle of your magical utopia. You have to explore it, figure out like where it came from, what all the secrets were, right? And guess what? Telling people where it came from is one of the functions we know the Axiom can do. Not only that, but it's also equipped with powerful AI that can tell them how to do and build most things. And if only a few beings are capable of magic on your planet, you can see why adopting technology that makes life easier for every stroller,
Apparently, at some point, I'm going to activate these.
and any other creature around would be preferable. But that is why the cars, planes, highways, snacks, infrastructure of the entire modern world and onward
20
is
kids.
so
I don't know
similar to
what
each other.
happens.
I mean, heck, it's the same brand of triple digit gum. I guess I just couldn't about this thing doing stuck on their head forever. But it really should be no surprise. The Axios are products of BNL, and they are not shy about suggesting how you should treat their products. But you might be thinking, whoa, 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 whoa. BNL is so pervasive. Shouldn't we see like a BNL logo somewhere, like at least a tiny
Like, where are my picks?
something to put it pretty neat is the horizon, where you can see proof of the crash starting. In the movie, the brothers are questing for a mountain in the distance called Raven's Point. It turns out this isn't their true destination, but it is ours. Because Raven's Point isn't a mountain at all. The whole movie is just, hey, it looks so familiar. And that is when I look at the blueprints for the accident. And It's usually ships that you buy when you want to with metals. The sailors are all running off the ship. Used to get on the ships. The Air Force is down. Everything's down. The missiles are down to a trickle. The drones are down. I mean, probably 25%. The manufacturers of drones are under fire as we speak. They're being hit. So, this is going to be my attitude on the government administration. That's it. Well, you also
Cool. I was wondering if you was going to get armor.
military success that actually was
Let's go.
I believe the U.S. general was the best. And this was very quickly.
This is the second Seven Deadly Sins game that I played. The first one was the mobile game that's been out for like 10 years now. And this is the kind of game I was hoping they would come out with next. Just straight open world, you can just run around and do whatever. You don't have to follow the story quest directly if you don't want to.
They would have had nuclear weapons within 2 weeks before. And they would have used it long before the press conference. Everybody wanted to get the press conference, so we had a press conference for that. That's just amazing. The military success that we had really unprecedented. That is really how that was all. Just like the which is nothing but
No wonder.
so in order to get it, you need to say that. To save America. God save America. Against voter ID. Voter able to see a picture of
They, nobody. Excuse me.
No mail-in ballot scams. So we have exceptions for the military, for sick, and for people that are away,
The world.
business trips or whatever. Even vacations will be burned. No managed.
Sneezy, sneezy. Okay. Well, it is becoming springtime, so
Composed of 86% Democrats. The overall vote is 87%. Republicans, 98%. And the only one opposed to it is Democratic leadership because they cheat. They want to cheat. So we had those people going for the vote, and we have to find out now.
look over there.
Jimmy Carter was running for reelection. Frankly, I think it's probably the best thing that Carter did. He said you can't have mail-in voting because it's inherently racist. Just on school effect. Well, we've been trying for a long time. We've been very much on top of. One of the things we have to do is get the Democrats to stop the Democrat shutdown. Because, you know, the apparatus that Schumer and the Democrats have shut it down, which shows that they probably hate our country a lot. But the Democrats have to open that up. But we've got very, very good intelligence into that. We know a lot of different things that have happened that have been very bad. A lot of them things that during the Biden open border period, but we have them under. We've got them. We're watching every single one of them. Yeah, we know a lot about it. The biggest problem we have is the Democrat shutdown. We know a lot about it, but the shutdown doesn't allow us to do what we have to do. You mean the new Supreme Leader? You mean the son? Well, I don't want to say that, but you know, I was disappointed because I think it's going to lead to just more of the same problem with the country. I was disappointed to see it. The video from one of the three radio about the other thing. What are you looking for that person? Are you looking at someone internal because they just say that they're I like the idea of internal and eternal. And I like the idea of internal because once, well, I think we've done that so far. And as well, we have other Nelson, who's been president of the country, very respected, very a great job. And it's good disruption. We had, as you remember, Iraq, where everybody got fired. The military got fired, the police got fired, the politicians got fired. There was nobody. You know what they turned into? ISIS. So I would like to see people that are inside. They talk about the Senator Shaw. They talk about but you know, what's been many, many years. We have a board member that's been very good so far, and I think it'll continue to build the relationship with its partners with them as well. Smart
That's quite to cut my news. I'm thinking. Okay, now.
They used to
There we go.
take it
Ah,
they said, get to see this.
whoa.
It's one of the refineries,
The hell is called? Oh,
which is made
hmm.
exactly for that product. And so I think something to
Yeah,
do.
they probably didn't pay for that one. Too many players to do that one. Oh no. I saved myself. I used it as heck right before I hit the breakfast.
You just suggested that Iran's
Okay. I need a cue.
you're the only person who doesn't say that.
What's the cue there?
Why are you the only person saying this? Because I just don't know. I think it's
Is that it?
something that I was told is under investigation. The tomahawks are used by others. Numerous other nations have tomahawks. They buy them from us. But I will certainly, whatever the.
Those are the cues. What's wrong with them? Oh,
You said earlier that we've always wanted to do what do you think where they're not going to be starting the following day to develop a nuclear weapon. Where they'll look at that man and some other people from the administration and say, all right, we're not, they were not willing to say that. And when Steve called up and said that to me, I said, well, here we go. It's the hard way. But the hard way, I think, is probably the easy way. When basically, I could see that they will no longer have any capacity whatsoever, a very long period of developing weaponry that could be used against the United States, Israel, or any of our allies. We're great allies, great countries that are allies. And they were staying out of it until they got hit. Someday they'll have to do a story. Why did they do that? But they were going to hit them. If I didn't hit them first, they were going to hit our allies first. I believe, information to believe, but I believe that he was going to, they were going to take over the Middle East. They were looking to take over the Middle East. Now, midnight hammer not taking place, that was definitely. Because they would have done it just within a matter of weeks. But that took place on a setback. But look at the number of systems that were able to buy and take over the last 6 months. And those missiles were aimed at various countries. And if you look at 1,000 over 1,000 missiles like UAE, they were looking at something who got there first. Lucky, I tell you what, if you listen to this stuff, it's very respected, it's very lucky that I was president. I said it's up on the earth.
Well, I can fix that ship over there if you let me absorb that power on the beach.
I would say,
There's a ship that's completely destroyed in the ocean right there. But all its pieces are still floating on the surface. So, I mean, I could restore it. You know what I'm saying? Like, look over here. See that ship? I got a team right there. I told him I could use to restore that. It's very simple. Like, even I can see that. I saw that earlier because I was trying to fix it.
in the back room, straight. I want to keep it open. You know, it wasn't pertaining to us so much as it was to China. We're really helping China get and other customers because they get a lot of their energy from trades. But unless we have good relationship with yeah.
There you go. I can fix that, bro.
I don't want to say hey, look, I had a target on my back.
Just tell him you'll fix the ship. He said, "Yeah, okay, I can handle that." I gotta use the bathroom. Hold on 1 second.
And right now, we're in a system that only allows targets. I don't want a system that's not going to be attacking us. We want a system that can.
Let's
And if we can't have that,
go ahead over here and do what we was gonna do earlier. Anyway. Oh yeah. Then we gotta restore that. Hold on 1 second.
well, as I said before, we have conflict for 2 days. Going back to Washington, D.C. right after that. And wish everyone a very safe weekend. Over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces operation very successful. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. And you add that up to all the other things that happen, getting rid of the nuclear threat.
We should have enough energy left. Ooh. Yeah, oh, each weapon had different attacks. I like that. I like that. Yeah, we will. I can do it. No problem. Yes. It's like, did you not just see me fix that statue? You were there when I fixed the last thing. What is he talking about? He saw me fix multiple things by now. Born hater, bro. Born hater. Let's see. Shush. Okay. That one, that one, that one, that one, and that one. Alright. Well, missing a piece. There we go. I'm about to say, I hit all of them. I guess I did it too fast. Oh yeah. Now we got a boat. I'm on a boat, yeah. We going fast, yeah. We got dolphins with fish. American man. Okay, yeah. It's Lonely Island in this. I'm on a boat, yeah. I'm going fast, yeah. Presidential crisis. Well, we didn't have a boat. All right. Actually, would have been a lot longer if we did all side quests. I'm just saying.
was very lucky that we had the courage to do that. And we had the talented pilots and the great equipment to do the bombers. And unbelievable. We were 25 mile the newer, better version. We have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest equipment in the world by far. You see that? We still need the people that operate them and use them. And those are the people that we cherish. Even after we obliterated their key nuclear sites in operation Midnight Hammer, they never negotiated into the faith. They still continued to say we want to build nuclear, we want enrichment at levels that were unacceptable. And they even turned down unlimited free nuclear fuel forever for civilian purposes. We had people offering them free nuclear fuel. They weren't interested because they wanted to build a nuclear weapon. So instead, the regime was trying to reconstitute its weapons program in different sites. They couldn't go back to where they were, the three sites that we were obliterated. But they were starting work at another site, a different site, different kind of site. And that was affected by granite. They wanted to perfect granite's too good. So they wanted it perfected by people. They wanted to go elect people. And they started the process. While rapidly building conventional ballistic missiles, so we would do it all at the same time, threaten our overseas bases, and soon to reach even our homeland. The regime's intention to use this exponentially growing ballistic missile threat to make it virtually impossible to prevent them from obtaining a nuclear weapon. So as you probably saw, they have a tremendous number of missiles, most of which have now been used or destroyed, and very unsuccessful. They able for the most part to shoot them all down. And the laser technology.
What I do.
Literally, and a lot less well to do what to take it. The point of military in the United States. Came onto our side and started attacking. What's it? You look at Soviet, you look at UAE, strong, and other. Strong, they got attacked. Nobody, when I first heard it, I said, there's somebody made a mistake. And the building, UAE had over 1,000 missiles. And the very first day I came down to this place, well, I was thankful and I don't understand the people. It was in 2015. I said, right now, let's take it to we continue operation. Every year, we also into oil flowing in the world. That's more than we need. Venezuela now is a requirement. They want to so we administration president, and then go to massive source oil, gas, right? But we're in a very good position, but very important in other parts of the world, like China. When we're doing this, to the other parts of the world, including countries like China. We've got a lot of their oil using great. We're doing it. There's a very good connections that the President Xi Jinping is going there in a short period of time, and we're protecting the world from what these lunatics have done to me. And no success. We're also blaming certain oil related sanctions to this pleasure. So we have sanctions at some point that take those sanctions down to restrict them. Because they get a lot of their energy from space. And I have their relationship with space. It's my honor to do it. Yeah. So just give us money on his back. I don't want to say that because it would be inappropriate. But look, I had a dog in my back because crazy people wrote pretty well. He says,
Oh, word. Jesus. Oh, wow. Hungry for food?
a system that's not going to be attacking us. I want a system that can lead to many years of peace. And if we can't have that, we might as well get it over with right now. Yeah, please. And as of today, there have been 8 U.S. military fatalities associated with the war in Iran. How many American deaths are you putting to the legendary term? But you have like, it's been a very big 2 days, I have to say. We're getting back to Washington, D.C. right after this. And I'd like to wish everyone a very good evening. And over the weekend, the United States military and the Israeli Defense Forces continued Operation Epic Fury were successful. Over the past 9 days, we've carried out some of the most powerful and complex military strikes and maneuvers the world has ever seen. Clear that out to all the other things at midnight hour, getting rid of the nuclear threat from Iran, which is a big moment in history, in my opinion. And great success with Venezuela and all other places with tremendous success. While we're doing all of these things, we're achieving major strides toward completing our military objective. And people could say that pretty well completely wiped every single force in Iran out very completely. Most of Iran's naval powers something's on the bottom of the sea. It's 50 ships. It's just noted by this 51 ships. I didn't know they had that many. Didn't last very long. They're fighting vessels. They're meant to fight, but they're not meant to fight against us. We continue to target Iran's northern missile capabilities. Their drones are way down. Their drone manufacturing has been hit starting today. We know all the places they manufacture the drones, so they're being hit one after another. Their missile capability is down to about 10%, maybe less. We're also hitting when they make missiles and when they deliver missiles. We've struck over 5,000 targets today, some of them are major targets. And we've left some of the most important targets later in case we need to do it. If we hit them, it's going to take many years for them to be rebuilt. Having to do with electricity production, many other things. So we're not looking to do that. We don't have to. But they're the kind of things that are very easy to hit, but very devastating if they are hit. We are waiting to see what happens before we head down. We can take them all out in one day, but it's all resulting in a 90% decline in various things, but in particular, Iranian missile launches, and 83% drop in drone launches. As you know, the drone launches are pretty well shot. We're at over 90% decline in the Iranian missile launchers, which is very hard to reproduce and very hard to get. And usually what we're able to do through a great equipment, smart people, as soon as they send the missile up from a launcher, we were able to knock out that launcher within a period of 5 minutes or less, accurately right on the nugget. So now we have two questions to do that. Combating Iranian drones, and our B-2 bombers recently dropped dozens of 2,000-pound bombs and destroyed missile launchers all over Iran. Very deep under Iranian sea, many cases, so there was no defense. And also annihilating the manufacturing base that the regime had to build and missiles at a rate that nobody thought was possible. We're not going to have. We know where they are. We're not going to have very quickly. We're ahead of our initial timeline by a lot. I would say that we probably would not have thought that in a month we'd be here. In addition to the fact that we've taken out leadership, wasted it 3 times. And we, as you know, we're going to be involved with one another president that maybe we're willing to do what we're willing to do. We've been stuck with the situation in 5 years or 10 years from now. So I think they should put a president and the country in that's going to do something peacefully for change. They've been doing this for 47 years, killing people for 47 years. Whether it's the Paris or the SS Global, they were involved very slowly. They were very slowly involved. All of the people that died through the roadside bombs died in part right now with their rapid no legs, no arms, a face that's been so badly damaged. You're ready for attacking Americans and spreading terror for 47 years, and despite these countless opportunities to renounce their nuclear ambitions, which they had just a short while ago, they told somebody else is standing right over here. They said,
The world? Oh, the Fairy King. Okay, I was about to say that ain't me. Harley Quinn is Bill. It's like why use that when I can just climb up? I think they forgot about that. Oh, Oh, hey. And the room. Okay, Gil's up here. Or Harley Quinn, whichever one you want to call it. Okay. All right. Seven Deadly Sins Origins. Hmm. Hmm. Dragon, dragon pants. You gotta spread through. Yeah, I want to see what their kid looks like because he likes the giant. Oh wait, hold on. I know what it is. Uh, so, fly. She can't fly. See what I'm saying? Crap. Come on. Um, really? I've had to switch weapons. Well, if that's the case, then that's what I'll do. Crap. And for weapons. Oh, he still lives in the same place. Yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm about to say, if I remember correctly, he lives up there on the left. Hmm. Well, that was cool. I gotta change my ethics. Well, I said chance. He's great. Oh, he's good. I thought she was still alive. I thought they found her frozen and then they revived her. She knows everything, bro. Mm-hmm. Trust me, she knows about your family history. What the, bro? We even got the April yet. Already? Oh, yeah, that's it.
King Gilbert. Where's Gilbert too? Okay, BQ. King got away from it, man.
Okay, it's here. I ain't gonna lie. When I watched the show, I did not pay much attention to King. He was just not an interesting character to me. Where's where's old demon at? That can never die. Where's he at? I forget his name. Where's he in Shaq Pepper under something?
It's exploded open. A gust of wind rushed past me, tearing through my room with a tornado.
Ain't no sword, ain't no armor.
Electronic storage detection systems. They are right now fighting to protect our children. They find evidence to stop predators. You can make an impact and help support these dog detectives. Give 9 for the canines. Click here to donate.
No, I mentioned the story to her. She said, yeah, that sounds exactly like something my dad. Yeah. Well, she went the opposite way. Give her that, I guess. But how'd you become friends with her? I'm on the board of Covert Action Magazine, and she's a supporter of the magazine. Okay, but it's not Covert Action Magazine. That doesn't sound sketchy at all. It was founded by Philip Agee, who the CIA tried to assassinate for decades. He was a CIA case officer who saw what covert actions were doing to innocent people in Latin America in the late 60s. And so he went public and wrote a book called Inside the Company. And as an appendix at the back of the book, he listed the names of every CIA officer he ever encountered and outed everybody. And then took off for Cuba. And the CIA hunted him down from country to country to country. They finally gave up. He died in Cuba, I don't know, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And his son has kept the magazine going. And the co-founder of the magazine, Lou Wolf, shout out to Lou, who's now like 87 or 88 years old. He's a good friend of mine. This was Lou's baby with Philip Agee. And the magazine's still a monthly concern. I write for it every month. Do you think we have so many examples of where covert actions were just taken for like imperialism purposes or just because it felt like overthrowing? There's actually a Wikipedia page. Let's pull it up. Yeah. CIA covert action. Wikipedia. Yeah. The first one was the 1949 Italian election. Right, with the communists. Yeah. There was a deleted scene in The Godfather that Francis Coppola put in there where Michael's walking in the fields, Fabrizio. Yeah. And he sees in the hillsides at Corleone, and he sees the the red like little army of communist supporters right there, and he's like, take that, or whatever. And Fabrizio was like, and that was right around it's taken place right around the time where that was going to be a thing, where they were going to come in and take over the power vacuum post Mussolini with the opposite side, and then CIA is like, no, you don't. That covert action operation was the first one. It's been declassified by the CIA. It was very simple. They gave $150,000 in cash to the Christian Democratic Party, which was the conservative party. It was behind the communists in the polls. They were going to lose the election. The communists were going to win. You can't have a communist government in Western Europe, right? That's just for the Eastern Party. And so what they did is they used that money to bribe journalists to write pro-conservative articles in the run-up to the election. And they were able to swing just enough votes that the conservatives won. It was only 150 grand? Yeah, it was the first one. So that was a lot of money in the 40s. I know, but for the whole party, for a bunch of journalists, I mean, I'm splitting up that pie. It's getting smaller and smaller. Oh, yeah. Don Calafonsini was taking baseball bet people, too. Well, I mean, think of it this way, too. If you're a journalist and you're asked to write 500 words, that's probably worth $500 in 1949. I mean, if that's what you get paid today, that was a lot of money then. If I'm going to swing an election, yeah, maybe. Yeah, so you so we're looking at this Wikipedia page. Everyone else can pull this up too. And it's funny because Wikipedia is run by the CIA, and they can't even stop this article from happening. Well, oftentimes the CIA gets outed when people look at the ISP information for the editors. It oftentimes goes back to Langley. They're that dumb. Yeah, they're that dumb. Really? Yeah. I remember in my own case, we asked for something in Discovery. I don't remember what it was, but it was we were having a meeting, all the attorneys. I had 11 attorneys, and one of them said, "Hey, we should ask for X," and one of the other attorneys said, "Oh, come on, they're not that stupid," and he said, "No, actually, they are that stupid." And sure enough, they had fucked it up, and they ended up having to drop the charges. They're arrogant. They think they're smarter than everybody else is. That they don't make mistakes, or even if they do make mistakes, you're not smart enough to figure out that they've made a mistake. And that's just simply not true. But it's also like, John, they have a VC arm, as we've out. Yeah, they do. Yep. In QTEL. They admit who they invest. Oh, yeah, with your money in Palantir. Sure. And now look at Palantir. Billions in revenue. And it's like, that's where sometimes I wonder. Yes, I hear you. There's hubris there. There's fuck you. We can do what we want. We're seeing that play out on a massive scale right now. But sometimes I wonder if I'm crazy about it too, if there's like a 5D chess thing here where people are like, we know some of this shit will come out, and that's what we want to happen because we want society to sure fuck out. Sure, that happens. That happens sometimes. And it could have happened with things that I can relate to your case, but that CIA might do as it relates to Wikipedia, where they're like, yeah, flip out about this by 2025 after 2026 after we do that whole pandemic thing. Right, exactly. Oh, exactly. I mean, as an example. Oh, sure. Why not hypothetically? Hypothetically, sure. And another thing too is if you throw, so many of these ideas for operations out there, or these little mini operations, there's some that are just gonna, not come to people's attention. They're not going to realize that it's some sort of a covert action operation or disinformation operation. Disinformation, see, that's the big one now today. You don't know who's behind keyboards anywhere, right? We do it to a You don't, but even the people who are supposed to be the good guys, you can't trust. I've told you this before. I've got this buddy, Jason Leopold. He's at Bloomberg. Jason is one of the best investigative journalists I've ever encountered in my life. And honest as the day is long. He's the FOIA king. He's filed more Freedom of Information Act requests than anybody else in the history of the Freedom of Information Act, to the point where George W. Bush's Pentagon spokesman called him a FOIA terrorist. On the record, called him a FOIA terrorist. It was Jason that broke the Hillary Clinton email scandal.
Whoa, I didn't know that.
Through a FOIA request.
That's a little for that's it.
So he told me, this was about 10 years ago, he told me that he was bored one week over Christmas break. He was bored. So he just filed a FOIA request. He had nothing else to do. And he asks for all communications between the CIA and all journalists, period.
And
For this
whole
period.
history.
No, for this period of whatever it was, a year. That's what it was. And, the CIA never, ever, ever answers FOIAs. They say, they send you a letter saying, okay, thank you, it's in queue. Well, I filed a FOIA request 15 years ago. I'm still waiting.
What's the legality of that, though?
They have 60 days. So what happens is when day 60 comes, you have to sue them. And you will always win. And because the law is clear, they have 60 days. You will always win, and the judge will always make them pay your legal fees. Because you won.
But
He wins every single.
so they do give it to him.
Yeah, they have
Why
to.
haven't you gotten yours? It's been
Because I haven't sued them. I don't care anymore. I wanted to write an article about.
Start a GoFundMe. So these guys.
I wanted to write an article about a guy who I think was probably a CIA officer in the early 50s. And he became a science fiction author. And then he had a mental breakdown and committed suicide. And I think he was one of the MK Ultra victims.
Do you want to say who this is?
You know what, to tell you the honest to God's truth, I don't remember his name. It's been so many years. I'm sure I still have the FOIA request.
The way that started, I was worried you were going to say L. Ron Hubbard.
No.
I'm like, oh, shit.
No, I don't want to poke that one. I have enough problems in my life. Thank you. Take on the Church of Scientology. So anyway, he files this FOIA request at Christmas. This is like Christmas of 2015, maybe. And they don't respond, so he sues them. He used the same attorney every time, Jeffrey Light, who's now retired. Jeffrey never, ever, ever lost a FOIA case. And so finally they just give him this dump. And he found several things that were fascinating. One, Ken Delanian, formerly of the Los Angeles Times, now the chief intelligence correspondent, chief national security correspondent for NBC News and MS Now. Okay? He was writing articles and then sending them to the CIA for clearance before he sent them to his own editors. Is it okay, guys, if I write this about you? Because if it's not okay, just tell me, and I'll kill it. Yeah. Number one, scandalous. You should have resigned. Number two, there was this young, unknown, hungry, independent journalist who actually stumbled on a story. And he's like, hey, I found this information and I'm writing this article. It's going to go out tomorrow. Would you care to comment? And they wrote back to him and they said, so help us God, if you publish this, you will never be invited to the Christmas party ever again. And we will never give you an off-the-record briefing. You're going to be banned. Oh. And he killed his own article. People say all the time, oh, Operation Grasshopper, or whatever it was called. Not Paperclip. What was the one where they were recruiting journalists? Operation.
Oh my God.
Whatever.
Not Midnight Climax.
No, that's part of MK Ultra.
Yeah.
MK Chickwit.
Mark Gagnon and I talked about that in September. Show.
Mockingbird, thank you. Operation Mockingbird. People are like, well, Operation Mockingbird. They don't need Operation Mockingbird anymore. They just threaten you and tell you you're not invited to the Christmas party. They don't need to recruit people anymore.
It's access journalism.
That's exactly what it is. And it's a result of the demise of investigative journalism. Very, very few outlets anywhere in America have budgets for investigative journalism.
I can't say that I've had people like from intelligence or something call up and try to get you to do stuff. But I've had some weird calls from people with jobs, let's say like middleman type things, where they're trying to anchor you to ideas and stories and certain stuff like that. I've dealt with it a lot, and it, to me, immediately blinks off as like audience capture. And almost all the time, these are things that if I did it, not every time, but a lot of times, if I did it, I'd make a lot of money. Yeah, a lot of money. There was even, I won't say what it was, but there were back-to-back days a couple months ago where I was offered whale and whale. These are episodes that they would pay my bills for 7-8 months. And I could not have said no fast enough. Because I know algorithmically what it would also do. And that's what they do. They want to get people, whoever the fuck they are, because it's someone who's below. You'll never figure it out, right? Who they are. They want to influence people to get just certain things in the algorithm at all times so that their income becomes tethered to them. And that's a really dangerous thing. I've said to people before, I know I hate the system probably enough, like Richard too, that I won't get into details, but if I wanted to have 8 or 9 million subscribers today, I could have done it. I have 1.13, which is also incredible. Thank you. I would love to be able to have more money to put into this, though, and really be able to build it out. And I can't do that, but I have my principles intact in doing that, because to get to that year 9, you are selling your soul. There is absolutely no middle ground. There is no gray area. You know exactly what it was, and it's like, do it or don't. But that's an easy call for me. Yeah, I have to agree with you. If you don't have your self-respect and independence, then what do you have? Yeah. Now, there's another side to what you're saying about the journalist, though, that gets really weird. And I mean, a friend of ours, Joby Work, has talked about this openly. And Joby's the guiding light on this issue. Yeah. And he's very diplomatic. One of the most diplomatic people I've ever met in my life. So Joby's been the national security reporter forever at the Washington Post. He's got 2 Pulitzers. And he's an incredible author. Like, his books just rocket straight to #1 on the New York Times bestsellers list. And they're incredibly researched. They're so well done. But love the guy. And the very first time I ever talked with him on episode 134, he was going through it and talking about it with me off camera. He said, there's a really tough thing. He's like, I've got sources in intelligence that I'm really good friends with and stuff. And that's like, and are they telling you the truth? And they use it as a friendship. But then also, he goes, if you'll write a story, and as a journalist, you have to go to the people involved with the story and offer a chance to comment before it gets published. And he'll get a call from CIA with his editor in the room right there, or NSA or whoever, and say, if you publish this, X number of people will die. And I always say that, right? And he said, we legit have to go into a conference room and basically play like blind, monkeys throwing darts at the board to see if this is one of those where they're lying or not. Absolutely true. Yes. And if it's really, really sensitive, you'll get a call from the National Security Advisor above the CIA director. Shouldn't that set off a lot of alarm bells, though? Definitely. What is the line now? Like, let's say there is one, and for real, 150 people, whoever they are going to die from it. But there's no easy answer. I will say, though, that they throw that whole blood on your hands argument at people all the time. Tom Drake tells this fantastic story. Tom Drake, the NSA whistleblower. Tom is the one who first told us that NSA was spying on Americans after 9/11. They were just waiting for 9/11 to happen so that they could spy on Americans, which is what they did, and they continued to do 25 years later. So Tom was charged with 9 felonies, including 7 counts of espionage and 2 counts of theft of government property, which was the information. Walked out of the building with the information in his head, and they charged him with theft. Thought crime. Yeah. So, to make a long story short, the entire case fell apart and all of the charges were thrown out. But he went to a proffer meeting at the Justice Department
where they say, here's the information we have against you, and here's the sentence we're going to ask for when we convict you. Unless you want to confess, tell us some answers to questions we may have, and then we can talk about a slightly later sentence. So he was looking at, it was like 55 years. I think it was 55 years, a long time. And they said, you have the blood of dozens of American soldiers on your hands. And to his credit, he says, name one single soldier who died because I sent an SEO spy on Americans. Name one, and I'll take a guilty plea. Name it. And then they backed off. And then later on, after the case was thrown out, they left the accusations against him on the NSA and the DOJ websites, but they took out the slide where they accused him of having the blood of American soldiers on his hands. They just make that shit up and throw it at you to scare you. They do it all the time. They even did it with Maduro. Who's a bad guy. Yeah, sure.
Remember the cartel de los soles? That
Yeah.
From the indictment the minute he touched down over here.
Never existed.
Third Street.
Never existed.
I forget the term for it off the top of my head. Maybe if I describe it right, you can look it up deep, but like it's like obfuscation by overstimulation, like providing way too much information that people are like, I ain't reading all that. That you can just kind of like poke in little things, like just
Millions of Epstein documents.
I love the transition that we're catching on to it, John, because as you said correctly, we should go back to that now because that's why people are here. But as you said very correctly, there's another 2.5 to 3 million documents. I've heard varying numbers on that. Correct me in the comments, people. That they have now said we're never going to release. And people like Tim Burchett have come out and said, who's seen some of these documents, has come out and said things like this includes cannibalism, and stuff like that. And you have to wonder, when you think about, let's say, a report that Marjorie Taylor Greene has relayed about her conversation with Donald Trump on this, to where he said, this is going to hurt a lot of my friends if it comes out. You have to wonder what types of friends are being protected, obviously, and then furthermore, why the fuck are you friends with these people? Because these are the things they do. Because to me, it's like, I don't want the president to be a pedophile or associated with that stuff. Fuck, I want to believe he's not. But they fired Joe Paterno in 2 days for covering up one guy in 2002. The guy had the fucking stadium named after him, the Penn State. This is the president of the United States who, along with every administration before him, named Clinton, Obama, Bush, Biden, Trump 1, all of them. They've all covered this up. And it's the most massive pedophilia and many other things scandal, we talk about the national security in a minute, that we've ever seen. What does that say about it?
A lot, unfortunately. And I'll add something to that. There's an internal Bureau of Prisons at DOJ that anybody convicted of a child sex crime is forbidden from serving his or her sentence in a minimum security. Can't do it. They also don't serve their sentences in maximum security penitentiaries or medium security prisons because they'll be killed there, right? Everybody beats on pedophiles in prison. So all of the pedophiles go to low security prisons. So there's still, the double concertina wire and the controlled movements and all that stuff. But in a minimum, you're free to just come and go as you please. There are no locked doors. There are no bars in the windows. Most everybody works in town, as a janitor or a gardener.
Pedophiles are working in town.
They're not supposed to be, because there aren't supposed to be any pedophiles in the minimum security work camps. But that's where Ghislaine Maxwell was sent. Security work. She's the only pedophile in the entire federal prison system who's in a minimum security work camp. And she was transferred there by the president. Why? Why would he do something like that?
I sent you an article before this, Steve. There were a few in the text. I don't know if you can pull it up. was the guy talking about the 3 reports related to Maxwell and Trump. If you just go through our text chain, it's somewhere. But Steve will get it in a sec because I sent Steve like 15 things right before we went. But you have to wonder. I mean, this is a lady who's pictured at the Clintons' daughter's funeral leaning over the edge. This is a lady who's pictured with every master of the universe. This is a lady who's directly tied to a royal family, whose father is at the center of this whole thing. Who knew Donald Trump for 30, but like, they know, she knew everybody. So what does she have? Like, maybe here's the way I started. Do you see any scenario where Jeffrey Epstein, as a spy, which he definitely was a spy, was not prioritizing blackmail as a means to get whatever it is he needed to get?
He had to have been. I mean, what's the point of running the operation if it's not to collect compromise on everybody, just in case? You know, one of the things that I learned very early on in the CIA was we really, really didn't like to squeeze people, right? With, surreptitiously taking photographs of them with prostitutes, or, you want to recruit somebody based on a friendly relationship. You want them to do it because they like you and they trust you. They're probably doing it for the money. But you don't want to threaten people. The Russians do that. The Israelis also do that. And so from the very beginning, I thought that this was a part of the whole Epstein saga. It was about blackmail. It had to have been. I don't understand it otherwise. I don't understand what the draw. First of all, he's a creepy looking guy. He's naked half the time, apparently. Virginia Giuffre said he had a deformed penis that looked like an egg. So what's this guy have going for him? Besides money. But they all have money. So what's the difference?
So now I want to say something serious. So I had an Epstein victim sitting in that chair the other day. This part's not funny, but the thing that really struck me in what she was saying, and that episode will come out after this one, by the way. It'll be 2 episodes. Was how brilliant of a manipulator he was.
Oh, that's interesting.
And that's what he had going for him. And I'm going to give you an example on this that she would say. He would call her up because she was a model and actress, and set her up with meetings in Hollywood, New York, wherever, that he's not going to be at, with someone powerful that he knew. And the idea is that she's going to get at these meetings.
Oh my God.
And she would go to them, and most of the time nothing would happen. But he would call her after every single one. Now, when she brought this up, an hour earlier, I had asked her the question. I said, do you think that, like, we don't know much about Jeffrey Epstein's childhood. We know he had parents, we know he had a brother, grew up in Coney Island, but we don't know what was going on when Jeffrey Epstein was 9 years old. So it's possible he's a monster that was abused as a child. Certainly possible. Sure. But, like, let's assume he wasn't. Where do you think a person like that learns the psychological tactics to be able to become this monster to get people? And she was like, that's a great question. And it's like a rhetorical question. I don't expect anyone to have an answer. But then, an hour later, she's talking about these phone calls. And he would call her after all of these meetings. He'd want to know every detail. Like drastically, like, all right, what do you say? What do you do? And he'd be like, did you hook up with her? Which means that she would have been. And she'd be like, no. And he'd be like, why not? When you went in there, what do you do? What do you say? And I said, oh my God. He's like Bill Belichick and Tom Brady watching football tape, except he's getting tape of fucking predators and what works and what doesn't.
Yes.
And so that guy having those types of skills, like the first time he came in and met her, he wanted to know all about her dreams, her family, the dynamics, what she was interested in life, places she wanted to go, all these psychological things that hook you to someone and make you trust them. He obviously had those skills, and these skills would be paramount, correct me if I'm wrong, in being able to be someone who wanted to surreptitiously get information for espionage purposes. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, yes. 100%. So, with the blackmail, I was talking with someone else on the phone the other day who I have on the podcast to talk about this and make the arguments, but he was, I don't know, still manning the argument that the blackmail was defensive blackmail, paranoia blackmail. And at the end of his argument, I said to him, I was like, every leap you had to make the argument that it was just defensive in nature, I don't have to make a single one of those leaps to say it was offensive in nature. Absolutely. Absolutely right. You know, and it's one thing to have a little kernel of a story tucked back in your mind just in case you need it to protect yourself and something. It's an entirely different thing to 24 hours a day collect intelligence on everybody. I just don't buy the argument that it was defensive in nature. No. Meaning he was doing that for himself, but the question is, now we should get to the origin story. Was he doing that at the behest as a literal employee or as a, well, see, that's really the $64,000 question. And my thinking has evolved. Do you know what that's a reference to? I actually don't. Oh, it was a game show in the 1950s called the $64,000 question. It was like Jeopardy. You get to the end, and if you win the big prize, it's $64,000. But it went off the air because it turned out it was fixed. And so the producers and the hosts were prosecuted. So it was no longer up to you. Anyway, when somebody cuts right to the chase, that's the $64,000 question. Gotcha. My thinking has changed on this, has evolved on this. I've always maintained that Epstein, to me, was obviously a Mossad Axis agent. And I said that right here on the show. Now, with the release of this latest tranche of documents, I think he was more than that. And that he was probably non-exclusive to the Israelis. I think he was what's called an intelligence peddler or an intelligence broker, but a more sophisticated one. What an intelligence peddler is normally is, let's say you are a Pakistani guy and you work in a restaurant, and two Al Qaeda guys come into the restaurant, they have lunch, and you hear something. You go to the American embassy and say, listen, I've got this bit of information. I want to talk to a CIA officer. So John comes downstairs, and I say, what do you have? And you give me the information. Okay, sounds good.
To the British embassy and did the same thing, and then the French embassy, and then the Russian embassy, and then the Chinese embassy. And you just made 6 months worth of salary, right? That's an intelligence peddler. Epstein would have been far, far more sophisticated than that. And his intelligence is not coming to Al-Qaeda guys having lunch. It's coming from Bill Clinton and Bill Gates and Alan Dershowitz, Prince Andrew, and all of these other movers and shakers who he was constantly in touch with. Now, who would it have been for? Well, we now know from these documents that through his attorney, he was actively seeking an admission by the CIA that he was somehow associated with the CIA. And they did the same thing with the National Security Council. It doesn't look like they ever got a response.
The day before he had down money, went to jail.
Right.
December 2019. And before, this was what was interesting. Before he had been for the dates between sometime in 2000 and 2014. Now, here's why this was interesting to me, John, because there's a bigger point I don't want to get lost in the tangent. I'm very open-minded on this now, because I agree with you. I think we're seeing a lot more, and I think, like, I saw Dave Smith tweet out something that would have seemed crazy a few weeks ago, and now I'm like, that's not crazy. Where he said, I used to think Epstein worked for Mossad, now I wonder if Mossad worked for Epstein. I don't think I'm there. However, it does feel like there wasn't I use the word employee, but it does not feel like there's an employee relationship.
I agree. And that's one of the things that I've changed in my own not an employee like Mossad. We know from these latest documents that he had some sort of association with MI5 and MI6, essentially the FBI and the CIA of the UK. We know that he made an approach to the German intelligence service. And we know that he tried hard to get a one-on-one meeting with Vladimir Putin. They went back and forth and back and forth, and finally the Russians agreed that he could meet with Putin and 3 other people. And he said, no, it has to be just Putin. And the Russians said, no. What the fuck is that? Why would he, what would he have to say to Vladimir Putin that was so sensitive that the head of the, SVR couldn't be in the room? What he had to say to Vladimir Putin?
It's a fishing line right here. It's all it says, people. It's a fishing line. You know,
Yes.
Ted David Saturn for episodes 92 and 132 back in 2022.
I don't know how you remember what episode it is. I don't remember who I interviewed a week ago. And I see the icon pop up on my thing, and I'm like, I have no idea who that is.
I haven't recorded the episode, but David Satter was actually doing this with Bill Clinton, or on the same hall with Bill Clinton at Oxford, and they had some issues, which was interesting. Really nice guy. I like David. David became the chief Moscow correspondent for the Financial Times in 1976. He was then kicked out of the Soviet Union in somewhere the area 87, 88. He was one of the last people unkicked out after it flipped over to being Russia again, but came back. And as Russia was rebuilding itself, if you want to call it that, became the preeminent psychologist of Putin in the Western world. He eventually became the first Western journalist to be banned from Russia in December 2013, conveniently right before Maidan. He was at the Ukrainian embassy looking to go back into Russia. Basically, he got the FSB line where they're like, I forget what the exact line was. It was like 15 minutes into episode 92. It was very dramatic. But like, it was something like, oh, okay, we're going to get whacked with the audience. And so David obviously has a lot of strong opinion because Putin literally killed someone who's fighting Boris Nemtsov is someone who's fighting with, and Paul Steyer is someone who's fighting with. Right, so obviously he doesn't like it all. I fully understand that. But I was, after David was there the first time, I was reading one of his books, and I forget which one it was, but there was a little mention in there that just made, like, the hairs on the go up. 6 months before that, I had been reading this series by Henry Abbott about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Apollo Global. About? Yeah. Yeah, so Drexel burned land later becomes the guys that down with black on it. Basically, Henry Abbott is a basketball reporter. He had a philosophy on ESPN called Truth. I used to read this when I was a kid, and then ESPN laid off everybody after 2010 because they lost money, so he just kept his blog and did it from the outside. So he sees that some guys from Apollo Global get on the ownership of like 3 different NBA teams. And in 2020, he's like, that's interesting. Look at Epstein, we're doing an investigation. If he's planning on doing a 2 or 3 part investigation, fucking guy goes nuts. It becomes a 21 chapter investigation, some of the greatest shit I have ever read in my life. And one of the things that he really outlined and sourced on Tony Wazoo was the whole admin Khashoggi and the admin, I've waited for this a couple times, the admin relationship with Jeffrey Epstein from an arms dealing perspective, from a sex trafficking perspective, from an international like government communication perspective. So fast forward again back 6 months later, I'm reading David's book, and he mentions this one war that was like this war. It was like one day that happened in the middle of like the second Chechen war when Putin basically seizing power at the time as a wartime leader, and eventually was able to move up the elections and get into office. But I forget even what it was, but some army invaded that was related to Russia. Correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. There was something like this. Basically, like invaded Dagestan with a bunch of helicopters, dropped a few bombs or something, and then left. They were going to come back. But a meeting was organized between the Russian government, the Dagestans, in either Monte Carlo or Nice, seriously, at the home of Adnan Khashoggi, and just had it. That is a stereotypical Adnan Khashoggi thing to do. And why would that be for people out there who are not familiar with Adnan Khashoggi? Ahmed Khashoggi is actually in Arabic is Khashoggi. Saudi arms dealer, Saudi man about the world, fixer, friend of kings and presidents and prime ministers, the uncle of Jamal Khashoggi, who's the Washington Post on this guy. So, but it's believed that cousin to Dodi Fayed, what happened? Is that true? Yeah, get up. I'll make it. Khashoggi related to Dodi Fayed. So, when... No way. The Fayeds are Egyptians. Saudi arms dealer Adnan Khashoggi was the maternal uncle of Dodi Fayed, making him uncle and nephew rather than cousin. Dodi Fayed's mother was Samira Khashoggi. Oh, it was the Saudi. Adnan Khashoggi show up uncle and nephew. Fayed was something. Yeah. Princess Diana was dated. He was killed. Oh, sorry. I never knew that. I never knew that. Continue. So, that's what? Not a big flex, no. So, when Congress passed a law in 1983 that we could no longer arm the rebels, Colonel Oliver North, who was designated to the National Security Council, decided to just go around the law. And he did that by contacting Adnan Khashoggi and organizing a very complicated operation whereby we would sell arms to the Iranians, which was against the law. We would do that through Khashoggi. He used his own bank account in Cyprus to take payment for the weapons, and then he would take the money, take 10% for himself. He was missing 10%. He would take the money and then transfer it to accounts controlled by Oliver North and John Poindexter and Admiral Richard Seaport, all from the National Security Council, and then use that money to buy arms on the gray market to send to the Contra rebels. It was all illegal. Everybody was indicted. Nobody really was punished, even though they were indicted. And I'm sure she just took it home and smiled and got back on the yacht, steamed around the Mediterranean. He's a pitcher among many other things, but he worked for himself. Who did he most assist in his efforts? I genuinely don't know. Probably us. I mean, he was very, very close to the Saudi royal family, of course. He was a Saudi. He's a Saudi. I think he's still alive. Although he's got to be really old by now. He was very close to the Saudi leadership. You can see his guy? Oh, yeah, 2017. Yeah, pretty old. Yeah, maybe he's not old. Maybe two. So, he was one of these guys like Mark Rich who would just deal with anybody who had money, anybody who could play. So he would work with Israelis, he would work with the Americans, he would work with anybody, Indians, the North Koreans. It didn't matter anything. Now,
Maybe got enough shards to make a jewel.
So, into that deal that happened, which was around the same area. I'll come back to that. But there's two guys that Epstein comes into contact with upon leaving Bear Stearns, who basically seem to cut his teeth in arms dealing and I'll say sex trafficking. He probably already had pretty good expertise in money laundering, which he seemed to learn well on Wall Street. But it's Khashoggi and English pronunciation and Douglas Lees. And Gordon. So Douglas Lees, I should have had this. There's a guy who did an amazing 20-minute documentary on YouTube outlining this whole thing. I want to find it so that we can give him credit. But I had heard about this before. Douglas Lees was a guy that Epstein claimed to have a falling out with later. He was basically like a British fixer, an arms dealer who took in Jeffrey. I forget how he got introduced to him, but it was at the same time as Khashoggi, and they started. Then the Iran-Contra thing came in, and the Al Yamama deal came in Saudi Arabia. And what happened later is that Epstein's fake passport, which was like Maurice or something, whatever, was recovered, which you can deduce from the time it would have had to be provided, be that good, by some sort of intelligence service. Yes, that's fair to say. Absolutely, early 80s. And they were able to, afterwards, chart with the information we got through files, chart all of Epstein's movements through countries directly related to getting to Saudi Arabia on all the right dates to help in some way for this deal to go through. Is he not working for anyone? Because there's something I'm going to bring up after this, but at that point, is he just a guy who's getting introduced to these other independent contractors and therefore just working for them and it serves whatever purpose it serves? Or do you think at that point perhaps he's already working with Mossad or CIA? Oh, I think the latter. Especially Mossad, they're very good at spotting people. They really are. A lot of doctors into this kind of thing. And, the way his career moved as quickly as it did, the way he accumulated wealth at a constant speed, tells me that he connected with an official body early. When I was at the CIA, no, I had a good of Jeffrey Epstein. No, not once. No, that doesn't necessarily mean anything. But never once did his name ever come up. And for a while, I was up on the 7th floor, spending all day, every day, with the director, the deputy director of operations, the chief of staff, the executive director, the deputy executive director. These are serious people. They're running the CIA, and we never ever came up even offhandedly. So So you did talk about for sure. What was the context for usually? Doing. He could do anything. And he was willing to do anything. So long as there was no staff agent. I'd asked the guy who was at FBI if you know come across, you're like, oh yeah, there's a flow chart on that. Big plans. Aoyama was so huge. I mean, everybody knew about Aoyama. And Aoyama was also very public. What was the nature of that deal? Again, it was like 100, maybe, I don't want to get the number wrong. But that deep. Just hoping the first name and too. $600,000. So 600,000 barrels of crude oil per day to the British government. Name of a series of record arms sales by the United Kingdom to Saudi Arabia, paid for by the delivery of up to 600,000 barrels of crude oil per day to the British government. The prime contractor has been BAE Systems and the predecessor British Aerospace. The first sales occurred in September 1985, and the most recent contract for 72 Eurofighter Typhoon multi-role fighters was signed in August 2006. So this goes on for decades. And part of what Prince Andrew is now being accused of, and has stayed on board for 10 years, is covering up or refusing to share information as it pertains to Jeffrey Epstein's involvement in the Aoyama deal. So what? See, this is getting a question that we're probably not going to get an answer to. What could Jeffrey Epstein possibly have been able to contribute in the Aoyama? I've been thinking about almost nothing else but that. He's not even the right nationality, you know? He did kind of have that thing, especially back then when he had the pro loan and all that, we were kind of blame. I'll give him that, right? But he had these manipulation skills with people where, and also, John, I don't know, maybe you could speak to this better, because you can look at this from an espionage perspective, because you're trained to think like that. But in the regular world, right, which espionage occurs in the regular world, guys like him, when you hear him talk, Coney accent, the all shucks kind of whatever, just on the surface, it's disarming, right? Absolutely. That's all part of the plan, part of the delivery, part of the training. Sure. There's something about that. It reminded me in a different way of my friend Luis Navia, who was here in episodes 221 and 222. He was like the chief smuggler for the cartels, except the Asian ones, around the world until 2000, and he took down negotiations and swallowed all like fucking 15 countries. But he walks up, you think he's a mix between Francis Ford Coppola and Mr. Magoo. He never carried a gun. He wasn't a violent guy. And he just went, well, fuck you. And people were like, Luis, for whom? And they're like, no, Luis, we're going to kill you. And he's like, listen. And we go to the bar or something. And they'd be like, hey. And they just wouldn't pass him. Right? And I think there's a little something like that in Jeffrey Epstein where people, even from a totally different background, worldview, or, you know, political desires, they get in a room with them and can you see that? Absolutely. Yeah. Although, yeah, I could see that when he first arrested even. But then he had to have concluded that things were so that in 2019 that this was it. It was over. Why? Why do you say that? Because he killed himself. You do believe he did? I do. I believe he killed himself. What makes you believe that, considering all the evidence that they have? See, but the evidence isn't as clear as I think most people would want it to be. For example, I base this on my own experience in the federal prison system. The guards, number one, have their heads up their asses 24 hours a day. The only qualification to be a prison guard in the federal system, the Federal Bureau of Prisons, is you have to be working on a GED and no felony convictions. That's it. There's this rule that prisoners can't touch the mail, right? So we have mail call every day at 4 o'clock, and the guards are supposed to say your name and hand you your mail.
Most of the time, the guards didn't do nothing. Prisoners didn't alcohol in violation of the rules. Any idea why? Because they couldn't read. It was as simple as that. The guards couldn't read. Yeah. I mean, they literally could not read to call out the names. So number one, they're idiots. Number two, the cameras are always broken. Always. I was a janitor in the when I was in prison, and every day, part of my job is to go in there and break up guys having sex in the chapel. Oh yeah, because that's what I said. You guys, this is God's house, for heaven's sake. What are you gonna do? But the reason they would all be having sex in the chapel is because they knew that the cameras didn't work. The guards are supposed to be doing their rounds every 15 minutes, or if there's a suicide watch situation going on, every 8 minutes. And with Epstein, it was like 2 hours before they finally made the run. Why? Because number one, they're either jacked in the guard booth, which happens all the friggin' time, or they're sound asleep in the guard booth, or they're on the phone with their girlfriends, or they're serving in. So no, they don't make it. And then people are like, oh, Jim, 7 minutes. Yeah, every cameras reset themselves. They're old cameras, they're still used to, and they tape over yesterday's.
Then why don't they let the guards talk? Why are the guards like,
Oh, they would never let the guards would. Yeah, I just stopped myself from saying a word that's not supposed to be
regarded?
These guys are so stupid. You know, a guard from the prison where I was, emailed me, saw one of the podcasts, and he said, "This is exactly why we wanted to kill you." And I said, "Bring it, okay? Why you wanted to kill you?" Yeah, because I say they're morons and retards and this and that, and it's all true. It's true. Learn to read, and then maybe we can have a conversation. I mean, otherwise, put up. Let's go. I'm not afraid of these guys. But this is why everything went wrong. Because what we saw go wrong the night Jeffrey Epstein died, was we never know. It's the same thing.
It's still perfectly like that? You think it could only...
Yes, I saw it. I saw it. For example, you're not supposed to have microwaves in prison. Right? And then people are like, yeah, you know, you bitch long enough, they're gonna put in a say put in a all right, there was a serial killer right there. And he did something like 3 minutes. So we called him shot because he was a long distance truck driver and he was very impressive. It's all along. There you go. So he would be like, hey, John, he had these like long black little nubs with people. John, I saw you do a scene in the TV room. Watch the scene again. Thanks, Mark. Or, hey, there's another classic rock station. Maybe like classic rock at 16th and day. Thank you. Truck waited, pedophiles. Paid them. Only a third of the prisoners now. Because remember, they're all at the low security level. So, there's like this rule in prison. No pedophiles are allowed in the TV room. And pedophiles aren't even allowed in their own room unless it's to sleep. Okay? So if you're a pedophile, what is that? Get the fuck out. Well, there's a pedophile. And the guy's like, blah, they're not stop talking. Well, another thing is pedophiles are allowed to have any visitors in the rooms. You can't have another pedophile because they're going to talk about pedophilia, which is what they do. They live their crimes every single day. They can't help themselves. So, this pedophile is just playing away like a duck. And finally, the pedophile lays down for a minute. Truck had gone to the commissary and bought a olive oil, which is $2.95. You can, because everybody puts those out. But for their lunch, bless it. So, he pours the olive oil in full bowl and he microwaves it so it's oily. Like literally it's bubbling, boiling, scalding oil. And he pours it on the pedophile's face while he's sleeping. And the scream, I'll never forget the scream. And his skin is just like dropping off of his skull. The pedophile got medevac. It's what they landed a helicopter in the guard. Medevac. It's what Trump got admitted 10 years. Onto the 40 he was going for being a serial killer. He was from all this. Yeah. But the point is that there are rules for everything. Nobody feels any attention to it. And nothing works the way it's supposed to.
Then why does the Justice Department come out and say things like, oh, here's all the evidence, and then they show that they didn't put all the evidence out? Just talking like that.
But then that part proves my point. Because people are idiots at every single level. It doesn't matter if you went to Harvard Law School. Still be an idiot. And medical too. This is a lesson that government officials, especially senior government officials, just cannot learn. And it is that the cover-up of the crime is all this. All this.
You know why if he gets 10 more lives, he gets 100 more lives?
Yeah. Well, Richard Nixon didn't resign because of Watergate. Richard Nixon resigned because of the cover-up of Watergate. I think it's the same situation.
All right, well, let me flip it around. I have always thought, still do think, the Joker absolutely right. And I feel pretty comfortable.
I spoke to his brother. He said, he's dead? And he's like, he's dead. I identified the body. I just
Yeah, I spoke to OJ. I didn't speak to him, but he said he didn't do it. You know?
No, he identified the body. He said, I think he was murdered. And that's a debate, that we wanted to have with me. But he said, yeah, he's dead. I identified his body. And took it to the crematorium.
Joseph Scott Morgan, a friend of mine, broke this down. He did medical death investigator. He broke it down like scientifically, relevant, the higher learning more about what would not make sense about it being suicide and therefore being murder. Obviously, Dr. Mambabani. It's like to go through all this. Also, is not saying that he killed himself. So, if possible, it's at least possible that he was killed.
It's possible. Definitely.
Absolutely. Now, I do think he's dead. But again, this whole thing is just like, you almost have to open your mind to fucking everything. That's crazy. So I'll ask it like this. If you were tasked, if you ever will be, but if you were tasked with making the world believe that Jeffrey Epstein was dead and getting him into that prison without any return to wherever he's going to go out, you can fucking facial surgery and live out his life, how would you do it?
Oh, you would take out the body, whether it's a body double or, made out of silicone or whatever. Take it out in full view of evidence. That's all I would do. Let as many people as possible see this body. So that reasonable people can agree to disagree. They did do that. And there was a New York Post reporter very ready to go. And there was the conversation about the ear, which I've heard 1,000 million times.
And those ones in Mosul got to go out and pick a doctor.
Of course. Well, it's like this stupid, obviously AI-generated picture of him just like walking down the street and telling me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm saying, like, so the recipe you just gave me, though, is in line. It's not to say that
What they did.
Sure. Yeah, because I had another guy here, Dennis Gibson, who's worked in media whatsoever, and he's like, that deal that a New York Post reporter on an early Saturday morning, fucking August, with Zach ready to go immediately after this.
And another thing too is if I wanted to initiate a cover-up of this scale, I would clean in whatever it is I took out of it. Because otherwise, you'd have to say, okay, let's just settle this. We're going to dig him up. We're going to get a court order. We're going to examine the body. We're going to do DNA testing and make sure that this is Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, do that.
Mm-hmm.
Long, slow circle. Johnson can only watch. The 190 effortlessly banks in behind him. But to Johnson's amazement, the 190 pulls up on his wing.
Johnson figured that at that point, well, maybe this German is out of ammunition. He's just looking it over.
Egon Meyer eyes the battered jug. Shakes his head in disbelief. Then acknowledges the American pilot in a way.
Paul gave a sigh of relief. Said, okay, the German's letting me go.
But Meyer doesn't break on.
He's finished with it.
The B-47 is punished by another rain of lead. The Thunderbolt shudders under the impact of another burst. Incredulous, Meyer pulls up on Johnson's wing for a second time. The German is determined to finish him off.
This starts raking Holman. The German pilot starts generally hitting his rudder. So he's raking 30 caliber fire from wingtip to wingtip.
But the designers of Republic had done their job well. The airplane's sturdy aluminum and steel frame shrugs off yet a third salvo. The Fox boat again rolls abreast of the Thunderbolt.
German plane really, no kidding, is out of it.
Meyer, top German ace, has been denied his 67th kill. He rocks his wings in salute and banks away. The sky is once again empty as Johnson nurses the battered B-47 over the English Channel. The Thunderbolt is carrying him home.
Well, when he landed the plane, he started counting the bullet holes. By the time he reached 200 without even moving around the aircraft, he gave up.
Robert S. Johnson went on to become America's second highest scoring ace in the European field. With 27 kills with B-47 Thunderbolt. October 12, 1944. A squadron of red-tailed B-51 Mustangs of the 332nd Fighter Group soar over Lake Balaton in southern Hungary. After completing an escort mission, they're returning to base in Italy. Among them is Captain Wendell Pruitt and his wingman, Lieutenant Lee Archer, the gruesome twosome, as they are known.
Zaxton's giant chicken finger case. Get him while you can. Who's got the souls? That kid. Yes, report.
And thank you this month from Fragile. Never. Ever?
New scratch off from witness this month's ticket to pack over $200 million in total fines. As they went to somewhat differently, tiny specks of air, small German. This might be it. And the rest of the details don't. Anything like that. Okay. Spiral, machine guns on, the Tuskegee Airmen ripped through the German formation. Skies above the explode with a roar of distant engines and the staccato burst of machine guns and cannon. The battle raging all around. And archers select a target. They'll make a head-on pass with a German 109. Just want their nose. The whistle takes up street to the enemy. Archer drops in trail of bullet as they roll left in pursuit. And pull ahead and the full right behind have got to stay on. He was a heck of a pilot, and to stay in there sometimes was a full-time job. Bullets plate cannon takes the German like the bomb. Smoking plane. But just as they pull away from their first victory, another 109 roars in from Vietnam. He pulled in, did the side shot, and it slowed down, like it's chopped out. Pruitt's quick reaction saves him from certain death. Reducing his speed causes the 109 to overshoot to the side. With careful maneuvering, he can flush the 109 out in front of him. Archer lets his lead do the work. Pruitt manages to force the 109 out. Suddenly, another German bursts into the fight. The other one came in to get on Pruitt's tail, not realizing that my only job at that time was to protect Pruitt's tail. So with the heavy 109, who was shooting at him, with the heavy 109 shooting at Pruitt, and with me shooting at him. Archer expertly leads his party. Fires. The 109 tumbles, smoke belching from the wounded plane. Seconds later, Pruitt fires a long burst into his 109. Another victory for the gruesome twosome. But they're not done yet. They dive back into the furball. He made a turn back to where all the other aircraft. And it wasn't short out with a great idea. And his position's just off his nose. Got into the other airplane. Another one picked him up. Made a head on for their own feet. Kept him trying to make it slow. Pruitt and Archer roar at the German. guns blazing. Archer almost broke through another crushing left turn. I guess I was dragging a bit. Another one came right into mine. They were suffering. They didn't see the second airplane 1,000-yard view. Launched to the cheek. Again, Archer's 50 cal spikes to right. Archer speeds past the wreckage. He's now one victory away from making ace. With plenty of targets to choose from. At that time, so many are. So after I take on this thing, my road. Archer is here. The 109 is here. Archer can easily initiate a head-on pass by banking to the right. There's no adversaries merge. They break into each other.
It's like a tree that is urgent.
Poised to unleash lethal retribution on the Archer. Apparently, a second to react. He spots a second. I look out to the right. In the sky, more by a dog. A pigeon. By straight middle. Archer breaks instinctively. Then turn on second exit. What about the guy behind me? Well, and that's how I got my name. It must be a pattern shot. Huge bump the bottom. Archer latches onto his target. The German counters by pitching over into a steep dive. He's headed for safety in airbase. But the maneuver fails. The determined Mustang pilot will not be denied his fifth victory. Lee Archer opens the throttle and pulls away. He's bested the German, but he's broken formation with his flight gate when they'll through. Strictly forbidden for a wing. I guess the only thing in my mind, how do I train to prove it? How this happened, remember? Now alone and low on Hamlet, he heads back to base. Archer's 3 victories on October 12th brings his new October to 5. It is an historic achievement made by a skilled and aggressive fighter pilot. The Tuskegee Airman, now out at the case. June 23rd, 1945, 9:38 a.m. Mustangs of the 47th Fighter Squadron take off from Iwo Jima. On a very long-range mission to strafe an air base north of Tokyo, helping to eliminate the threat of Barrett from American bomber groups. Lieutenant Robert Scavera flies helmet leading in a flight of 4. We didn't have to do pipe fingers, but for something to do, keep me awake. Well, I had trouble keeping awake.
Things exhausting about the Mustangs now that you're strapped in and it's too the noise is just absolute damn.
Once over the mainland, the monotony fades. The 4 Mustangs of Scavera's flight prepared for battle.
We flew up headed their west, expecting
to find this airfield loaded with airplanes, and we were going to stay. But instead, they were airborne.
7 Japanese fighters are at 9 o'clock low. 17 more are at 7 o'clock high. And one of them is targeting Stomera.
I see these spacers come by at my cockpit. That's when I blow up formation, which was a no-no. You don't break formation, but if somebody's shooting at me, I don't care what the regulation was, I was going to get out of there.
Stomera and wingman John Stenner break hard left as the sky erupts into a blazing curtain of tracer rounds.
From there on, it was just big dogfight. Blame that around.
A zero appears off Stomera's nose. The P-51D is among the first aircraft equipped with a lead computing gun sight, the gyroscopic K-14.
Open nose in there, just 117 or whatever, put that in, and it was working self-leading, or all you didn't put the dot on the plane.
Stomera's gun sight makes it so quick burst is all you need. It's 0 minutes from the fight. Then, Stomera spots 2 Japanese N-1K fighters, nicknamed Georges, at 9 o'clock low.
Hey, it's Ashley with Fortune Creek. We're in a bit of trouble. To put it plainly, I need to throw some space on the warehouse back. We recently received a massive shipment from my room. And right now, well, overflowing. But our plan is 4 days. Okay, that's all deal. Buy one that $50 for my 2 for free. You heard that right. 3 hits for free. Oh no, I can say whether it's a black house, it's the but really doesn't that's a great thing. Anything are practically constructed designed by 25 years. You should still think it. But even that is because of implement it has to be capable. Even technically, what you need is a what about warehouse pictures that's it. We're closing the space. It must be a split price for rival history. Here's another one. The last thing I want to do is get you about that hip hop. You deserve to be the person to advance the sector. So, please grab a seal within a live online training session to prepare the technical to that level. Not to provide us with we'll teach you.
Brought him down.
Splash 2 for Stomera. His strategy is to strike fast and move often.
I mean, short burst was one thing I didn't want to burn up my guns, and the other thing I didn't have to, because the Japanese planes weren't armored. They were easy to shoot down. There was no problem there.
Skimera engages several more Japanese fighters, damaging 3.
Seemed like every place I pointed, there was a Japanese plane. It just didn't take much maneuvering to get from one to the other.
But suddenly, tracers streak over his canopy. A Ki-84 Frank, the fastest fighter in the Japanese arsenal, is diving from 6 o'clock high. Skimera breaks hard left. The Frank pilot's mistake is going too fast. He overshoots, pulling out into a climb. Skimera reverses and pitches up, straining to put the Pipper on target.
I remember pulling up the rear of that gun sight was down on my cowling, and I couldn't get enough lead on him, so I practically stalled out.
Skimera manages a short burst before he's forced to dive away. The burning Japanese fighter plummets right past his nose. Splash 3. Skimera scans the sky once more.
I thought one Japanese plane is out ahead of me. As soon as he seen me coming, he split-assed over and rolled to the ground. Well, I couldn't have done it, but I fought it.
Skimera dives after the lone Oscar, but he begins to worry about his fuel stake.
Well, I said, the heck with him, and I said, let him go. I pulled back up, using my airspeed to gain as much altitude as I could.
After all the maneuvering, the other Americans are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah,
Skimera is alone. Then he catches sight of something off his left wing.
That's when I noticed Scanlon was still on my wing. I hadn't noticed that up till that time.
Incredibly, Skimera's wingman has stuck with him through every twist and turn. Skimera decides to head to the rally point.
I put him out on mutual support, which you don't talk to, you wiggle your tail, and away he goes, and he flies about a quarter mile parallel to you. So he can watch my tail, I can watch his tail.
They don't get far before Skimera spots trouble behind Scanlon. A 0, right on his tail.
I turned course, but I couldn't make it. I yelled at him over the radio to do something. There was a Japanese plane coming down in the tail.
But it's too late. The Zero's 20mm cannons pummel Scanlon's wings. They burst into flames.
Jettisoned his canopy and he bailed out, because his cockpit must have been pretty hard by then.
Skimera circles his wingman's parachute, shooting at any Japanese planes that come within gun range.
Well, I kept firing at them to keep them clear. Pretty soon, 4 of my guns went blank. 2 of them were still firing, but that's 2 of them had maybe 100 rounds more than the other 4.
There's nothing more he can do for his wingman. Skimera breaks off and heads for home.
They haven't had time to debug far enough into the game yet.
His internal fuel tank still has 54 gallons of fuel. He's credited with 3 kills and 4 damaged. Tragically, John Scanlon would not make it home alive.
Maybe 3 years later, but I happened to notice this little article in the newspaper. There were 3 Brits who acquitted the war crimes. And the war crime was releasing Scanlon from the infirmary to a civilian mob that was demanding and then release them to them. Well, they released them to them and they released them. That's how I find out what happened. Gone.
Significant contribution to the Allied victory in the Pacific, sweeping the skies of most Japanese fighters that threatened American bombers. February 16, 1944, dawn. Waves of Hellcat fighters speed toward Truk Atoll. Their mission? Destroy enemy shipping in the highly defended Japanese stronghold. 25-year-old Lieutenant J.G. Alex Brashear flies with a division of 12 Hellcats from the aircraft carrier Intrepid.
This was a mission that had us going against an enemy that we weren't certain of, but we felt confident. And I guess that's what a fighter pilot is supposed to be. Be confident or he can't do his job.
Truk Atoll in the Caroline Islands is Japan's main anchorage in the South Pacific. They've been fortifying the atoll with port facilities and runways since the end of World War I.
Truk was billed as almost impregnable. Their version of Gibraltar or Harbor. And the propaganda was very strong and comes with the incredibly tough fight.
The barrier reefs that surround Truk put the atoll out of range of the battleship's big guns. The only way in is by air. 72 Hellcats from 6 carrier air wings will swarm in to eliminate the enemy fighters.
This was going to be an attack of annihilation. So what you're seeing with the Truk raid is a systematic approach, taking a substantial shore bash and reducing it to nothingness.
Pure fighter sweeps are rare. Hellcat pilots are anxious for a raid unencumbered with bomber escort.
It was the first time we didn't have to escort, and we were just pure fighter, we call ourselves. And as we got closer and closer to it, and being in a plane that we knew we could handle, I'll tell you, quite honestly, we were looking forward to it.
Brashear and his wingman, Lou Little, bring up the rear of their 12-plane formation. As they fly the 90 miles from their carrier, they stay low to avoid enemy radar. Approaching the atoll, they climb to 13,000 feet. The higher altitude gives them better visibility and positions them for diving attacks.
You want to have an altitude advantage because altitude can be translated into airspeed with a dive.
The enemy has scrambled fighters. The Americans haven't spotted them yet. Brashear's flight noses over to start its strafing run on the enemy airstrip.
First 10 had already started their dive going down, and we were just preparing to, but I just took a look around back, looked back over my shoulder, and that's when my mind was quickly changed.
There they are, 3,000 feet above, a swarm of Japanese Zeros, closing fast from 7 o'clock. Brashear radios the other Hellcats, but they're already diving. He must stay and fight.
I couldn't continue because then I'll have a stream of Zeros right behind us while we were going down.
Brashear and Little are here. The other Hellcats are here, diving. The Zeros attacking from above. If Brashear dives, the Zeros will be on his and the squadron's 6 o'clock. Perfect attack position. His only option is to turn sharply into the enemy, minimizing his cross-section and reducing his time in the Zero's gun sights. Brashear and Little pull a hard left turn and focus on the lead Zero.
He was already starting to shoot. I could see the twinkle of the gun. So I headed towards him and made a burst, a fast burst, just to discourage him, and he stopped his run and just kept going down. They had a habit that they weren't afraid to attack, but once they were countered, they'd dive down for the water.
The first Zero darts away. but immediately another swings around on Vrash's tail. The Americans counter by pulling up into a steep chandelle. They're relying on the Hellcat's superior power, large wing area, and strong airframe to push them through the IG maneuver and turn the tables on the Zero.
The Chandelle maneuver, basically a maneuver to try and point your aircraft in another direction in a fairly quick method. Instead of just doing a level turn,
Some of my favorites. Starting off V strong, I got this ceramic planter from my flamingo flower plant. I absolutely love the dotted details on this one. Next up, I got some cool vintage pieces for my bigger plants. I added my palm plant to this terracotta pot. Look at these cool details. And for my Zay plant, I got this cool blue and white planter with scalloped edges. This one might be my favorite. I got this 3D printed planter for my wall. I love the way the plant droops over the side of it. Last but not least, for this smaller plant, I got this vintage piece. Absolutely love the design. If you're a plant daddy like me, get your planters on Etsy.
Breaks over hard, trying to stay behind the Americans, but the Zero can't handle a severe turn. He stalls. The Hellcats roll over and get behind the falling Zero. They're primed for the kill, but more Zeros speed in from above.
Be fighting anybody that could be sitting up on a perch 2,000 feet above him, and then instantly dive down, pick up energy, and now have advantage on the turn. Keep everybody down at the same station.
Vrashu and Little must neutralize the enemy's numerical and altitude advantage. They snap into a classic defensive maneuver, the thatch weave. In the thatch weave, the two Hellcats swing back and forth, providing mutual support and protection. Frustrated by their inability to score decisive hits, the Japanese move down to the Hellcats' altitude. It's a big mistake. The Americans break their defensive formation and seize the advantage.
Until that time, we were really defensive. Once we came down to our level, then we were able then to go on the offense.
The Americans have skillfully turned the tables. The Zeros are vulnerable to the powerful and highly maneuverable Hellcats. What ensues is the dogfight equivalent of a brawl, and the winner determined by who can line up the first. Vrashu turns hard on an attacking Zero. The Japanese pilot dives to escape.
The favorite Japanese techniques, if engaged and in a defensive position, was to try to dive away and try to head for the water.
The technique worked with the Wildcat, but not with the Hellcat.
Once he caught on fire, he's gone down. We're looking for another one. Just go from one to the other, hope he can adjust another.
Vrashu draws a bead on a second Zero. Tries to dive away, but the Hellcat easily catches him. Vrashu's second kill of the day. Then he spots a roof, a float plane version of a Zero. Again, the enemy dives away. Vrashu is relentless. His job is to sweep the enemy from the spot.
Once I got on their tail, I didn't let go.
Kill number 3. Vrashu spots another Zero at 12 o'clock low.
I started to try to get in position, but he wouldn't let me. kept ducking into a cloud.
The Zero is running from cloud to cloud, so Thrashing calls on a basic dogfighting tactic.
I'm not going to let the SOB get away. So I just pulled up, kept looking for him while he was ducking in and out, and got in position to where I figured he couldn't see me. I pulled up into the sun and waited until I got a good shot. Came down on him on 5 o'clock. Gave him
Thrashu's 50 caliber armor piercing rounds slice into the Zero's wing. Thrashu's fourth kill of the day plummets in a flaming spiral. The American fighter sweep continues throughout the day, turning the skies above Trump into a swirling vortex of gunfire and flame.
news fights followed. There were those planes going down one every 30 seconds. This was a wild dogfight. Wild.
The Americans are unyielding. The fierce combat costs the Japanese 130 planes in the air and another 70 on the ground. October 25th, 1944. American pilots from Taffy 3 small carriers take flight in a desperate attempt to stop the Japanese center force from annihilating their ships. These fighters and dive bombers are armed for ground attack and anti-submarine duty. Their weapons are virtually useless against the giant Japanese ships.
Many of them armed with nothing other than depth charges or machine gun bullets, in some cases almost nothing at all. And their job is to bear down that center force and do something, anything, to prevent their carriers from being run down like dogs on a highway and slaughtered by these massive ships.
Lieutenant Richard Roby flies with a division of FM-2 Wildcat fighters from the escort carrier Gambier Bay.
Don't get scared. Get scared afterward.
Roby noses over 1,200 feet, strafing Japanese destroyers with his ship.
To midships. Because if I took the torpedoes out of the engines, I put them basically out of existence.
Sister escort carrier groups Tappy 1 and 2, located 30 miles to the south, scramble their Wildcats and Avengers to assist. By 7:15 a.m., hundreds of Allied aircraft filled the sky. The latest efforts succeed in forcing the Japanese ships into defensive maneuvers. This break in the attack allows the destroyers Bull and Heermann to launch torpedo strikes. Heermann's torpedoes miss their intended target, but streak toward Yamato. The Japanese flagship turns hard to avoid the incoming threat. From the cockpit of his FM-2 Wildcat, Richard Roby spots the retreating Japanese flagship and moves in with his 50 calibers.
I started shooting at the anti-aircraft positions on the foredeck, because they weren't protected. They're just out in the open. But then eventually I got to the point I couldn't bear on them because I was too low. That's when I shot at the bridge. I stopped firing, so I ran out of ammunition.
Surprisingly, after the air and torpedo assault, Yamato does not rejoin the fight. But Kurita's center force still wields plenty of deadly firepower. At 7:35 a.m., the tiny American destroyer escort Samuel B. Roberts enters the fray. She heads out on a torpedo run towards the heavy cruiser Chokai. Under cover of smoke,
Roberts advances to within 2.5 miles of Chokai.
You can see these two front 8-inch gun turrets turning toward us. And I swear to God, it looks like he was coming right between my eyes.
Chokai fires 8-inch projectiles, each weighing nearly 300 pounds. But Roberts has moved so close, the Japanese cruiser can't train her guns low enough. The shells fly overhead. Roberts sends 24-foot Mark 15 torpedoes, knifing through the water at Chokai. They score a direct hit on the enemies.
Didn't know any better. 18-year-olds, 19-year-olds, we were cheering like it was a baseball game.
Then, Roberts lashes out with her only remaining weapons.
Just stay right there.
We started down doing it with our 2 5-inch guns. That's all we had left. 5-inch shell would bounce right off their hull. So our 2 gunners were aiming at the upper works.
60 incredible minutes. Roberts slugs it out against adversaries 10 to 30 times her size. She fires more than 600 rounds of 5-inch caliber. But at 8:51 a.m., Roberts shudders under the first of several devastating hits.
Took a salvo, 6 8-inch shells on the gun that's like mine up front, back, 20-millimeter mag. The smoke cleared. I found out through our gun cabinet that 42 gun is gone, disintegrated, gone. Knew all our shipmates.
Last got guns.
Way pretty close to the gun. All I could do was figure
Oh,
out
that's a super buffer too.
That's when we knew that this is it. This is a fight to the finish.
In a furious last stand, the Roberts add a 5-inch gun, leaving only one left, sets the cruiser Jacoba's bridge afire, and knocks out her number 3
Got
gun.
cannons now.
Moments later, 3 14-inch projectiles from the battleship Congo impact the Roberts. The 40-foot hull is ripped open on her port side near the waterline.
I'm semi-truck. Taking on water, tons of water. Somebody yelled out, abandon ship. Abandon ship, every man for himself.
At 9:35 a.m., Usen and his shipmates abandoned ship and freight rescue. 30 minutes later, Samuel B. Roberts, the courageous ship known in Navy lore as the destroyer escort that fought like a battleship, slips beneath the waves. 89 sailors go down the ship.
Does your internet bill keep getting higher? That's because typical internet deals are full of surprises. There's no install fees, no equipment fees, no nonsense. It's the same price every month. Visit fiber.cool.com to get the same monthly price we've offered since 2012. Quickest way to shrink your prostate.
Best way to fix prostate problems? Sulfamil? Nope. What about Flomax? Nope. Antibiotics? Nope. Here's what actually works. I'm going to show you the hidden reason you keep getting up at night to pee, and why nothing has worked so far. Look closely at this model of your prostate. Your prostate sits under your bladder, and it wraps completely around your urethra, the tube where your pee comes out. Think of your prostate like a C-clamp squeezing a garden hose. This part stores your urine. It's the bladder, and this tube running through is your urethra. Pee travels out through here. Now watch this. When your prostate is healthy, the C-clamp is loose around your urethra. Get easy full flow. When your prostate gets swollen, the C-clamp tightens around your urethra, choking off your stream. That's why you're standing there waiting for your stream to start, still dripping after you zip up. Getting up 5, 6, even 7 times a night, feeling like you never fully empty your bladder. And here's the scary part. Every night,
That secret gets tighter and tighter, but someone keeps cracking it down another notch. And if you ignore this, it only gets worse. Some guys end up wetting themselves, can't make it to the bathroom in time. Others end up needing risky surgery that can leave you with a broken Morris splint and leaking urine. Now, here's what doctors don't tell you. According to research from Harvard, the real reason your prostate swells, making your C-clamp squeeze down on your P-flow, comes down to bad bacteria taking over. See, your prostate is supposed to have good bacteria that keep it healthy and keep that C-clamp loose. But when bad bacteria take over, often after taking antibiotics or even just getting older, your prostate puffs up like a balloon. The more swollen it gets, the tighter the clamp squeezes. That's why you keep waking up at night, dribbling in your underwear, and feeling like you never clean into your bladder. What's the good bacteria? Wiped out. Yeast and harmful bacteria right in, making your prostate swell even. Meanwhile, doctors keep prescribing pills like Flomax and DHT blockers. Sure, Flomax relaxes muscles so you pee easier for a few hours, but it doesn't stop the swelling. So your prostate C-clamp stays tight. DHT blockers might shrink the prostate over months, they'll crush your testosterone and kill your sex drive, which means you'll keep coming back for more pills without ever loosening that C-clamp. Look, I get it. As a doctor, I've seen this cycle destroy men's lives. Hell, that's exactly what happened to my own uncle. Poor man had 6 bathroom trips every night. Doctors pushed for risky surgery. As a board-certified surgeon who's worked with the Boston Celtics and Harvard Athletics, I knew there had to be a better way. So I dug deep into the research and found a simple 30-second method that starts working within days by doing 3 things. First, kills the yeast and bad bacteria so the swelling goes down. Second, releases your prostate's C-clamp grip on your urethra so pee flows like you're in your 30s. Third, restores your good bacteria so you're not back here in 6 months with the same problem and lets you finally sleep through the night. I made a short video where I'll show you exactly how to do this 30-second C-clamp release from your own home. Click below it now to watch. No email required. It's super quick. It shows you every step. Listen, don't wait till your prostate C-clamp is cranked so tight barely anything gets through. Some men end up needing surgery. And trust me, it doesn't always go well. Up to 40% of men lose their morning salute after these procedures. Don't let that happen to you. Click below now to learn the 30-second method that's already helped thousands of men loosen that clamp and finally sleep peacefully through the night. Because 3 a.m. is for sleeping, not for peeing. Take back your nights and your life.
The tin cans of Tabby 3 are succumbing to the withering firepower. Now, the light cruiser Yahagi leads 4 destroyers on a torpedo run against the crippled flat tops. The only American ship in position to stop them is the battered USS Johnston. The Johnston opens fire with her few remaining 5-inch guns.
It kept firing. We kept firing as long as we could possibly do it.
Captain Evans orders Johnston to proceed full steam ahead, attempt to cross the T on the Japanese column. Crossing the T is a classic naval tactic, where a ship crosses in front of an enemy so she can fire all her guns, while the enemy can only fire its forward armament. But before Johnston can fully cross the T, Yahagi unexpectedly turns sharply to starboard. The destroyers follow.
All of a sudden, they started one after another. We had an idea then that something was up. It was probably a torpedo. But their position was so bad that there was an element of doubt.
The Japanese fire their torpedoes. The Japanese Type 93 Long Lance is one of the most successful torpedoes of war. With a maximum range of 20 miles and 1,000-pound explosive charge, it could sink a warship with a well-placed hit. As with all torpedoes, speed, range, and running depth must be preset. But the Johnston has caused the Japanese to fire prematurely, before making proper adjustments. The torpedoes miss their mark. Again, Johnston has saved the carriers, and again, she pays the price. The 5 Japanese ships bear down on the lone destroyer,
staggers fire among her attackers in a desperate but futile attempt to stave off the inevitable.
Towers and keep your kingdom safe. No ads or pop-ups that annoy you every 30 seconds. Just pure fun and strategy without any break. See how you propose a king? Download and try it now.
At 9:10 a.m., a deadly fusillade breaks the ship.
More guns.
Point was gun 52 was hit, which was right to the bridge. Well, it killed practically everyone in there. Set 5-inch ammunition cases on fire, clouds of smoke.
Finally, Johnston's damaged engines falter and quit. She's dead in the water. Enemy destroyers encircle the crippled ship, firing relentlessly.
The ship was just taking so many hits that they couldn't patch a hole fast enough, and just impossible to keep her afloat.
9:45 a.m., 2 hours and 45 minutes into the battle, Captain Evans gives the order to abandon ship. 25 minutes later, the Johnston sinks beneath the waves. 186 of her crew are lost. Johnston and Kathy Free have achieved the impossible. Signal the 20 undamaged ships in the center force. Return home. Thanks to the determination and courage of the American sailors and airmen, MacArthur's invasion force at Lincoln is safe. The battle is over. David has felled Goliath. November 19, 1943. Enterprise and her task force are within striking distance of her main target in the Gilberts, Macon Atoll. The invasion will be a two-pronged assault. While Marines make an amphibious landing in Peril, Enterprise will support the simultaneous invasion of Macon by soldiers from the Army's 27th Division. The two forces will attempt to capture both atolls at the same time. Macon Atoll's main island is Tari Tari, a seaplane and air base that is manned by nearly 800 Japanese sailors, Marines, and Korean laborers. Tari Tari's land defenses include 2 tank barriers, one on the east, near a village, and one to the west, near Onchon's Wharf. Each barrier is made of logs, barbed wire, concrete pillboxes, and anti-tank guns connected by a series of rifle pits. To the south, along the ocean shore, are 3 80mm coastal guns, 10 machine gun nests, 85 rifle pits. Along the lagoon to the north, Tari Tari is defended by 80mm coastal guns, flak guns, and machine guns. For 6 solid days, American shell fire has hammered away at these defenses, softening them up. But now, it's the Big E's turn to deliver a heavy dose of shock and awe. Dawn. Enterprise turns into the wind as the first strike groups prepare to launch. 33 bombers and fighters roll off Enterprise's deck, climb into the morning sky, and head for Macon. The mission: destroy the enemy guns and pillboxes. 75 miles from Enterprise, the Japanese garrison at Macon is just beginning to stir. As the sun rises over the atoll, they have no idea of the new force that's about to hit them. Enterprise Hellcats drop out of the sky, blasting the pillboxes and lagoons with 50 caliber machine gun fire. 1-2 punch of Hellcat fire, Enterprise bombs has reaped nightmarish results. Day 1 of the battle for Macon was a gruesome success.
For the first time, I was going to talk to the prettiest and most powerful girl in the school. What could possibly go wrong? Eliza immediately blessed her superpower.
As one savage day of fighting ends, the U.S. fleet prepares for the next deadly phase of battle. November 20th, 1943. As assault troops from the 27th Division climb over the sides of transports into landing ground, Enterprise air groups storm off on another set of ferocious attacks on Macon. 5:30 a.m., the first strike group launches from the deck of Enterprise. 70 miles away, Japanese forces on Macon await the coming onslaught. Suddenly, the dark shapes of cruisers, destroyers, and transports appear through the morning haze. There are dozens of them. Enterprise SBTs and torpedo planes begin their descent on the island, ready to parole enemy defenders to hell. Enterprise warplanes unleash a ferocious series of attacks on the Japanese positions, while the cruisers and destroyers win and kill. With Enterprise bombers screaming through the skies and U.S. warships taking aim, the enemy garrison at Macon is about to get an even closer look at American firepower. 75 miles away, as Enterprise planes storm the skies, cruiser USS Baltimore and the American gunships take aim at Macon Atoll. Baltimore and the destroyer escorts open up and pepper the island with explosive naval gunfire. The enemy positions shake from the deadly impact of American shells. By 8:30 a.m., U.S. soldiers are hitting the beaches as bombs and shells continue to nail the enemy bunkers and pillboxes. Enterprise Hellcats and bombers sweep in and strafe Japanese machine gun nests with merciless firepower. As ground forces begin the savage process of enemy positions with white machine guns and artillery on the beaches. The next 4 days, Enterprise pilots and Army riflemen share a working partnership. The Big E's air groups never let up, and each day brings another meal of blood and body parts. As the assault on the bays and pillboxes bunkers continues, the Enterprise airstrikes have done their job. The Japanese are unable to mount a strong defense. As November draws to a close, the Gilbert Islands are now firmly in the hands of U.S. forces. Unlike the months-long campaign, the U.S. Navy now has the power to deliver a fast, killing blow. It begins at Macon and Terrell, continue until the enemy is brought to its knees. For the mighty Enterprise, the Grey Ghost, it is only the beginning of a long campaign. 1943. He slips into Puget Sound. It's the first time the mighty carrier has been stateside in years. Now, the decorated ship is in for a massive overhaul to make her even tougher and more deadly.
In summer 1943, the Enterprise went through peril. She had been through significant combat, suffered a lot of damage. True lessons learned from it.
Hundreds of yard workers swarm in to trick out the mighty flat top, get her ripped, ready for more combat. Her additions: a protective torpedo blister, more guns, new radar, and a new plane that literally changed the face of war. The arrival of F-6F Hellcat is a real watershed in terms of the capabilities to both bring offensive firepower to the Japanese and also to defend the fleet effectively. 33 feet long, maximum speed of 376 miles per hour. To the Wildcat's 320 miles per hour. The F-6F is faster at 5 feet longer than the Wildcat. She's also got more firepower. With a standard arm of 6 50 caliber machine guns, she can deliver 2,400 rounds of fierce ordnance on the enemy. Launch bombs or unguided rockets. U.S. Navy finally has a fighter plane that is more than a match. Legendary's do. It's a deadly aircraft considered a complement 50 caliber machine. It's also reliable. It will change the course of the system. The Navy realizes that the greatest threat to carriers like enemy aircraft the Japanese torpedoes. They proceed to install a torpedo blister along 3/4 of her length that will give her better protection against any torpedo hits that she suffers. Japanese torpedoes killed her sister's Yorktown. The Navy is bound to ensure that Enterprise does not suffer the same fate. Excuse me, have you played that number gate runner? You know, blue soldier, left, right, times 2, minus 3?
Yes, I played Last War.
Yes. And what do you love about it? Fake guys keep popping up everywhere. Only Last War is real.
It's free to download, doesn't have any ads, and is the original number gate runner.
Well, I have to try this out right now. Okay, let's try Last War. Okay, seems like the goal of this game is to unlock these gates so I can stop this tidal wave of red guys from getting me. Okay, these upgrade my army. Okay, so I get +1 each time I touch one, so I can take out more red guys. Pretty straightforward. I'm not liking the look of this guy in the back. He's coming at me. He's a big, ugly guy. But I am liking the look of those 99s. Being freaking to the left, got some more people. Maybe I can unlock that gate. Let's see. Okay, a few more off. Maybe I should get that guy. Okay, a few more. I think I can go for the 99s. Let's try it. Okay, we're gonna unlock this door. And yes, okay, 99's on the way. But this guy, oh, wait, no. Oh. There's a steel belt that wraps around the outer edge of the Bernese hull. Between the huge bulge and the ship itself is a part-flooded, part-air-filled compartment that will absorb the shock of explosion and the sharp fragments of a Japanese warhead. 18 more feet of solid steel is added to it.
I remember this.
Guns, 36 additional rebuilt gear. System linked with 5-inch, 40mm batteries. Defending the carrier isn't easy. Enterprise's firepower is met with the skies with a barrage of flat to hit neutral planes. But it won't just kill the enemy. Shoot them lost. Radar control directors can pinpoint the distance and elevation of incoming aircraft. Help shoot and kill. Mark 37 and Mark 51 gun directors are mounted on either side of the Big East Island. These systems will provide final target data, guide the fire of Enterprise's heavy weapons. The directors calculate firing orders for the gunner's mates, giving the crews accurate elevation, range, and velocity of an enemy target. And the radar can detect incoming Japanese aircraft 5,000 pounds and enemy vessels 8,000 tons. NE will now be able to shred any incoming enemy planes that invade her airspace. Day, night. Nothing in the Japanese anti-aircraft arsenal compared to the firepower of radar-guided 40mm guns and 5-inch rifles. By the end of World War II, no one else's anti-aircraft defenses come anywhere close to the Americans. American warships are incredibly dangerous to approach. 3 in that situation only gets grimmer for any Japanese attack, and there's nothing for it. Now, she joins one of the largest naval fleets ever assembled in history. Fall 1943, the U.S. Navy is now in a position to begin initiating this long-anticipated drive in the Central Pacific. Still, it's coming. Only a year before, Enterprise was the only carrier left to fight in the Pacific. Now, she's teamed with an armada. The flagship of her task group, Enterprise sails with light carriers Monterey and USS Belleawood, battleships Massachusetts, Indiana, cruiser Baltimore, and 6 destroyer escorts. She's also got her old friend, battleship North Carolina, veteran of the Eastern Solomons. Together, this force can deliver the fury of thousands of explosive shells and a venomous strike of more than 200. We have a lot of power. We're going to use it. Enterprise, the Pacific Fleet, is about to set off on one of the longest naval campaigns in world history. It will mark the start of 560 days. 560 days of pure hell. Central Pacific. USS Enterprise is steaming toward the Caroline Islands. She's not alone. On either side of her, stretching nearly as far as the eye can see, are 8 other aircraft carriers, 6 battleships, 10 cruisers, and dozens of destroyers. 500 miles ahead of these ships, at the heart of the Caroline Islands group, is Truk Atoll, one of the largest atolls in the Central Pacific. An atoll is an island formation in which a coral reef encircles a lagoon. The reef that rings Truk Atoll is 140 miles long and 33 miles in diameter, creating a massive lagoon that is home to 5 major islands and dozens of smaller ones. This island formation provides a very large and very secure harbor area. The Japanese Navy typically anchors over 100 ships there. It was for the Japanese the most important fleet operating bases that they maintained during the Second World War. Many compare it to Pearl Harbor. It had 2 ship anchorage areas, 3 or 400 feet of machine shops, you name it. Prove you're powerful enough to go roads. The power of proof. Good. Next. I must go to Rome. Again, I have to lift it. Come on. Hold on. Oh, no. You two, you go.
I've got only 3 people here. Open the gate and take in refugees. Now I've got 4 people. Huh? Must have eaten something that went bad. Gotta build.
3 in Truck's Islands. And 8 airfields with runways, hangars, and fuel storage facilities. The main island, Toulon, is home to headquarters and communications buildings. To protect these extensive assets, the atoll was bristling with anti-aircraft batteries. Based around weapons, up to a Type 89, 127mm gun. Fearsome aircraft wings, it delivers a 5-inch, 50-pound projectile. It can pick off aircraft at altitudes up to 25,000 feet. USS Enterprise fighters and bombers will soon face those guns. Enterprise and her massive task force are on a mission. Target, Truk Atoll. Objective, USS Enterprise aircraft destroy enemy ships at anchor, crater airfields, and explode parked enemy bombers. Strategy, Enterprise fighter planes will gain air superiority, while dive bombers sink enemy ships, and torpedo bombers decimate airfields with contact bombs. February 16th, 1944. 6:45 a.m. The attack. 12 Hellcat fighters launch from aircraft carrier USS Enterprise. Fighters join up with 60 additional Hellcats from other nearby carriers, and the combined force of 72 planes speeds toward Truk Atoll. The Hellcats' mission: gain air superiority. Take out any Japanese Zeros that come up from truck to meet them. 90 miles southwest, 7:15 a.m. More than 50 enemy fighters take off from airstrips at the truck Atoll. Their mission: intercept and kill the approaching American fighter planes. The Zero is more maneuverable and has a longer range than the Hellcat. But the American fighter is faster, has better armor and better armament. And most important of all, American pilots are far better trained than their Japanese counterparts by this point. Soon, when enemy meets enemy over trucks, reef. Squadron of 12 USS Yorktown, the new carrier named for Enterprise's sister ship, lost in Midway. They are just finishing their 90-mile flight from the American task force and are starting to reach the edge of Trump's barrier reef. Before the Avengers can drop their payloads, they have to make it to their various targets. Airfields on the major islands of Eden, Moen, and Perry, 6 miles inside Trump's barrier reef. It's a challenge, because the moment the Avengers begin crossing the barrier reef, anti-aircraft guns open up.
Seems they're trying to get to their target, all the flak exploding around them, taking a little piece out of their weight here and there. Nothing to do to defend yourselves. You're in major formation, so you're not going to be doing massive unflanking maneuvers because you're going to run into your fellow pilots. So, just fly on through and hope for the best.
10 dive bombers are incoming from USS Enterprise. They buzz in to attack the ships in the harbor, hoping to get a crack at the carriers and battleships. Anti-aircraft fire coming at them from all directions. And stray Zero fighters streaking through the harbor area spraying lead. The pilots nose their planes over into a 7-degree dive.
Vertical dive to about 10 to 12 knots. These hurtling earthward, they release their 1,000-pound contact bombs. Bombs large enough to damage a battleship and designed to explode on contact with the targets. No need for delayed fuses here. The bombers will pull out high enough and soon. Exploding bombs will not endanger them. Later, multiple vessels and trucks' primary anchorage between Dubron and Eden Islands explode with stunning violence. side I saw the ship go up with a D-bomb.
Oh, the level just started. We're already getting overrun. I gotta take these guys out and build this crossbow tower as fast as possible. I don't even think I have a choice.
The hammer truck Atoll continues throughout the day. As Enterprise and Yorktown bombers make their way back to the task force, squadrons from other carriers swoop out of the sky toward the Japanese stronghold to continue the assault on enemy ships and airfields. Bombers from USS Enterprise make additional runs throughout the day. And when evening darkness finally brings a pause in the action, the Big E has broken its record for tonnage of bombs dropped in a single day. More than 900 tons. Second battle of Truck Atoll. In mid-February 1940, aircraft USS Enterprise and her sister carriers devastated the heavily fortified Japanese naval Pacific truck atoll. Thousands of tons of shipping sunk, dozens of bombers destroyed on the ground. But just 10 weeks after this hammering of the Japanese outpost, new aerial reconnaissance photos have revealed a worrisome development. The Japanese have repaired much of the damage from the attack and have refortified the atoll as a bomber base. The Japanese must not be allowed an airbase from which they can disrupt the American island hopping efforts. And in the pre-dawn hours of April 29, 1944, USS Enterprise and her fellow carriers are back in the waters off Truk Atoll to pummel the vexing outpost once again. The aerial reconnaissance photos make clear that Truk Atoll has again become a formidable defensive bastion. The Japanese have added many new anti-aircraft gun emplacements, some radar control, technology that makes the weapons much more accurate. It will, again, be a perilous job for Enterprise bombers to approach the atoll to take out the new airfields. Once again, this morning's attack leads off with a sweep of the skies by Hellcat fighters. The fighters launch in the pre-dawn darkness to clear the way for the bombers to follow. With the fighters on their way toward the target, dive bombers and torpedo bombers begin launching from Enterprise and other task force carriers. Many miles out ahead of the bombers, fighters cross Truk's barrier reef, prepared to meet a storm of angry Japanese sailors. Enterprise task force bombers spend the rest of the day streaking into the lake to pummel parked planes, hangars, and bomber strips on the island. Well, special attention to any aircraft batteries on mobile. Japanese hideout has proved the assault on Truk has decimated a vast and irreplaceable quantity of Japanese shipping and other aircraft in Central Pacific. Light cruisers, 4 destroyers, 3 patrol craft, some 36 merchant ships and auxiliaries.
There are a lot of ships there.
Japanese have also suffered the loss of some 270 aircraft. Japanese soldiers, sailors, air crew, and the loss of support facilities and airfield infrastructure is immense. Enterprise is responsible for 1/3 of the enemy's total loss. American forces, on the other hand, have suffered 1 aircraft carrier damaged, 25 aircraft dead, and 40 air crewmen and sailors killed. For the stunned Japanese, Truk will be of no further use for the rest of the war. Reports first filtered back to Imperial Naval Headquarters that they had lost 220,000 tons of shipping. One Imperial Naval diarist said the shock was beyond comprehension. It was truly devastating.